If you're enjoying this video, smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell. Share it with your friends and let me know in the comments where you're watching from. Every like and subscribe helps the channel grow. The wind screamed like a wounded animal as I stepped out of my truck. I'd seen bad weather before, but this blizzard, this was something else entirely. The snow wasn't just falling, it was attacking, whipping across my face like tiny knives. As I grabbed my duffel bag and supply box. "Welcome to Black Peak, Mercer," I muttered to myself. "My name is Victor Mercer. I'm 48 years old, and until 6 months ago, I was a husband. Until 3 years ago, I was a soldier. Now I'm just a park ranger running away from his nightmares to the most isolated observation post in the Adirondacks, Hollow Mountain. During the worst winter storm in 3 decades. Smart move. The ranger station looked exactly like the photos. A 2-story wooden cabin perched on the edge of the mountain, surrounded by ancient pines, now bent under the weight of snow. 4 feet of white covered everything. My new home was the only man-made structure for 20 miles in any direction. I fumbled with frozen fingers to unlock the door, finally shouldering it open against the built-up snow. The interior was dark and cold, smelling of dust and old coffee. Home sweet home. After finding the generator and getting the lights working, I took stock of my new kingdom. A small kitchen and common area with a wood stove, a basic bunk room with a single bed, a radio room with equipment that looked like it belonged in a museum, an equipment storage area filled with weather gear, tools, and emergency supplies. Upstairs, a small observation deck with windows facing in all directions when they weren't covered in ice and snow. On the main wall hung a large topographical map of Hollow Mountain. Something about it caught my eye. Dozens of cave markings scattered across the mountain's interior. Many had question marks beside them. Below the map, someone had pinned old newspaper clippings. I pulled the closest one free, brushing away. Dust. 3 hikers missing on Hollow Mountain, 1925. Next to it, search called off for missing couple, 1946. And finally, ranger leads final search for missing family, 1959. Great. Just great. My predecessor had left the place in decent shape, though not exactly tidy. Ranger Douglas Walsh, according to the logbook. His last entry was dated just 2 weeks ago, a hurried scrawl about requesting immediate transfer. The higher-ups told me he'd left for health reasons, something about his heart. But the empty, whiskey bottles in the trash told a different story. As I unpacked, I found a sketchbook wedged between the mattress and wall. Flipping it open, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the broken heater. Page after page of charcoal drawings, tall, impossibly thin figures with elongated limbs. Some had antler-like growths sprouting from their heads. In the margins, Walsh had scribbled notes. "Movements in the trees again, not wind. Voices come with the storm. They know my name." The final page just had 5 words. "They're in the walls." I closed the book and shoved it back where I found it. Walsh clearly had problems beyond his heart. Maybe isolation and booze had messed with his head. That wouldn't happen to me. I'd seen real horrors in Vietnam. Whatever ghosts haunted this mountain couldn't compare to the ones I already carried. After a simple dinner of heated canned stew, I fell into an exhausted sleep, the wind still howling outside like something in pain. I jolted awake at exactly 2:17 a.m. according to my watch. Something had woken me. A scratching sound from the ceiling, soft but persistent, like claws dragging slowly across wood. Grabbing my flashlight, I checked the bunk room ceiling. Nothing. The noise had stopped. I walked through the cabin, listening. The silence now seemed heavier than the noise had been. On a hunch, I bundled up and stepped outside. The storm had let up slightly, the world transformed into a still, white emptiness under a sliver of moon. The temperature display by the door read 15 degrees Celsius. That's when I saw them, footprints in the fresh snow, but not human footprints, or at least not normal ones. They were nearly 20 inches long with 5 distinct toe marks, deeper at the front, as if whatever made them walked on the balls of its feet. I followed them around the cabin with my flashlight, pulse quickening. The tracks led straight to the tree. Line, then back toward the station, circling it completely. Then they went straight out into the clearing in front of the station, where they simply stopped, as if whatever made them had vanished into thin air or been plucked up into the sky. I stood there for a long moment, freezing air burning my lungs, staring at those tracks that ended in the middle of nowhere, and for just a second I thought I heard whistling, a high, thin sound carried on the wind from somewhere deep in the dark woods. I didn't sleep much after finding those footprints. When morning came, I took photos of them before the wind could erase them. Through the static and crackle of the old radio, I managed to reach headquarters. Ranger Blackwell speaking came. Her tired voice. "This is Mercer at Black Peak Station. I need to report some unusual tracks I found." I described what I'd seen. The silence on the other end lasted too long. "Probably just a bear with deformed feet," Blackwell finally said. "Happens sometimes. Bears don't walk on 2 legs for that long, and they don't just disappear in the middle of a clearing." A sigh. "Look, Mercer, we've got half the park cut off because of this storm. Best we can do is send someone when the road's clear. 5 days, maybe a week." Great. I was on my own. Later that morning, I heard an engine struggling up the access road. Through the window, I spotted an ancient pickup truck with chains on its tires fighting through the snow. An old man in a fur-lined parka climbed out, hauling a box of supplies. "Franklin Osgood," he said when I met him at the door, not offering his hand. "Bring supplies to the station twice a month. Would have been here yesterday, but the storm had other ideas." I helped unload canned goods, coffee and firewood. Osgood moved with the stiff carefulness of the elderly, but his eyes were sharp as he watched me. "You found tracks," he said, not a question. I paused. "How did you know?" "Been living in these mountains for 73 years. Seen them before." He glanced toward the woods. "The Abenaki people called them the Cold Ones. Said they live inside the mountain and only come out during the worst storms." I didn't know how to respond to that. "I'm sure there's a logical explanation," Osgood shrugged. "City folks always need explanations. Sometimes things just are." He turned to leave, then stopped. "Word of advice, Ranger. Don't whistle at night. Draws them." After he left, I searched the station's file cabinets. Behind a stack of wildlife reports, I found a yellowed folder marked USGS 1948 Confidential. Inside were geological survey maps of hollow mountains, cave systems, more detailed than the wall map. Handwritten notes described unusual petroglyphs and evidence of habitation of unknown origin. One page mentioned unexplained temperature variations and acoustic anomalies that seemed to amplify certain sound frequencies. I was still studying these when a banging at the door startled me. 3 snow-covered figures stood on the porch, backpacks and hiking poles in hand. "Thank God," said a young woman with a red woolen hat pulled low over blonde hair. "We thought we'd freeze to death out there." They introduced themselves as Lisa Hartnell, Mike Petrosky, and Timothy Washington, college students who'd planned a winter hiking trip before the storm hit unexpectedly. They looked exhausted. "The trail markers disappeared under the snow," Mike explained as they warmed themselves by the stove. "We've been walking in circles for hours." "You're lucky you found this place," I said, serving them hot coffee. "This storm's supposed to last for days. We kept hearing weird noises out there," Timothy said quietly, "like whistling. I nearly dropped the coffee pot." "Probably just the wind," Lisa said, but her eyes told a different story. They settled in for the night, grateful for shelter. I gave them the bunk room while I took the small couch in the common area. The wind picked up again after dark, screaming. Around the eaves of the station, I dozed off around midnight, the events of the day catching up with me. Lisa's scream woke me. I grabbed my flashlight and rushed to the bunk room where she and Mike stood staring at Timothy's empty bed. He said he was going out for more firewood, Mike explained, his voice shaking. That was 20 minutes ago. The station door stood open, snow already dusting the entrance. Outside, a single set of footprints led away from the station. Stay. Here, I ordered, pulling on my coat and boots. Lock the door behind me. I followed Timothy's tracks with my flashlight. They led straight toward the cliff edge, then stopped abruptly at a sheer rock face, just like the strange tracks from the night before. When I returned alone, the look on their faces told me they already knew. We need to search at first light. I told them. He might have fallen. None of us believed it. Morning brought no relief. The three of us followed Timothy's trail again, calling his name until our voices gave out. A mile from where his footprints disappeared, we found his backpack torn to shreds, contents scattered across the snow. Oh, God, Lisa whispered, picking up a shredded piece of his jacket. That's when Mike spotted the cave entrance, a dark gap in the rock face nearby, partly hidden by pine branches. Just inside, something plastic glinted in my flashlight beam. Timothy's camera. We huddled together, turning it on with trembling fingers. Most of the photos were normal hiking shots, the three friends posing on mountain trails, sunset views, campsites. Then we came to the final image. It showed Timothy's smiling face in the foreground, a selfie he'd taken the day before. But behind him, half hidden among the distant trees, stood something that made my blood freeze. A tall, pale figure, impossibly thin, with limbs too long for its body. The details were blurry, but clear enough to see it wasn't human. That wasn't there when he took the picture, Lisa whispered. I was standing right next to him. From deep within the cave came a sound that stopped my heart. Timothy's voice. "Oh, calling for help! Tim!" Mike shouted, lunging toward the darkness. I grabbed his arm. "Wait, something's not right," the voice called again, weaker this time. Mike tore free from my grip and plunged into the cave, his flashlight beam dancing wildly as he ran. "Mike, stop!" I shouted, but he was already swallowed. By darkness, Lisa and I followed cautiously, the narrow passage forcing us to crouch. The temperature seemed to drop with every step. Then we heard it, a scream that cut off abruptly. "Mike!" Lisa tried to push past me, but I held her back. "Listen," I whispered. Silence, complete and absolute. We inched forward until my flashlight beam found Mike's light lying in a dark pool on the cave floor. I didn't need to touch it to know it was blood. My light played across the cave walls, revealing ancient symbols carved into the rock, stick figures bowing before tall, spindly creatures with antlers. The images were identical to Walsh's drawings. "We need to go." "Now," I said, pulling Lisa back toward the entrance. As we turned to leave, a cold breath of air brushed the back of my neck. Lisa's eyes widened, looking at something over my shoulder. "Run," I whispered. We didn't stop running until we reached the station, slamming the door behind us and sliding every lock into place. Only then did we realize we were both crying. "We need to barricade everything," I said, dragging a heavy bookshelf in front of the window. "Doors, windows, any way in." Lisa moved like someone in a trance, piling chairs against the door. Her face was pale, eyes wide with shock. "What was that thing in the cave?" she whispered. "What happened to Mike and Timothy?" I didn't answer. I was searching frantically through Walsh's desk drawers. I remembered his sketchbook, his notes. He knew something. Finally, I found a leather journal wedged behind the filing cabinet, its cover worn and stained. "Look at this," I said, opening it on the table. The first pages were normal ranger notes, weather patterns, wildlife sightings, maintenance logs. But around November, the entries changed. November 12th, 1972. Heard whistling again last night. 3 distinct patterns, not birds, not wind. November 18th, found tracks in snow, nearly 2 feet long, 5 toes. Called headquarters, but they think I'm seeing things. November 30th. They're getting closer. I see them watching from the tree line at night. Tall, thin, move too fast. The last few entries were frantic, the handwriting deteriorating. December. 5. They can mimic voices. Heard my wife calling from the woods. She's been dead for 6 years. December 8th. They can move through solid rock. Saw one walk straight through the cliff face. Found old tribal stories. They're called Wendigo. Once human, transformed by evil and hunger. They control ice and cold. They hunt for sport. December 10th. They're in the walls. I can hear them scratching. I'm leaving tomorrow. God help whoever. Un comes next. I closed the book slowly. This is why he left. Wendigo, Lisa repeated, her voice hollow. My grandfather told me stories about them. I looked at her sharply. Your grandfather? She sank into a chair, hands trembling. I haven't been totally honest with you. We didn't end up here by accident. My stomach tightened. What do you mean? My grandfather was Edward Hartnell. He was part of that 1948 geological survey team. She pointed to the yellowed folder I'd found earlier. He spent his life researching the Wendigo. He believed they were real. And you came looking for them? Are you insane? We came looking for my grandfather, she snapped. He disappeared 3 months ago. His last letter had a map of Hollow Mountain with this spot marked. She pulled a folded paper from her pocket. He said he'd found proof they exist. Something about them hibernating inside the mountain and waking up during special star alignments. I unfolded the map. It showed Hollow Mountain with calculations and astronomical symbols. One date was circled repeatedly. December 21st, 1972. The winter solstice, I said. That's 2 days from now. The radio crackled suddenly to life, making us both jump. Through waves of static, a voice called my name. It sounded like Timothy. Vic, help us. In the caves. I grabbed the handset. Timothy, where are you? Cold. They're coming. Winter feast. The voice changed, becoming older, rougher. Walsh. Should have left when I did, Mercer. Too late now. They're hungry. Been waiting. Then a new voice. A woman's. My ex-wife. Victor, why did you leave me? We're all waiting for you in the mountain. The radio died with a final burst of static. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 20 degrees in seconds. They know us, Lisa whispered. How do they know about us? Outside, the wind died completely. The sudden silence was worse than the howling. Frost began forming on the inside of the windows, spreading in strange patterns that matched the symbols from the cave. We heard it then, scratching from inside the walls. Soft at first, then growing louder. From the ceiling, the floor, all around us. The radio room, I said, grabbing the journal and my flashlight. It has the strongest door. We locked ourselves inside the small room with its equipment and metal, filing cabinets. I wedged a chair under the doorknob as the temperature kept dropping. Our breath made clouds in the beam of the flashlight. Through the small, frosted window in the door, I caught glimpses of movement in the main room. Tall, skeletal figures with antler-like growths, circling slowly. There were at least 6 of them. They moved like nothing I'd ever seen, gliding rather than walking, joints bending in impossible ways. They can't get in, I whispered, trying to convince myself. We're safe here. A soft thud against the radio room door made us freeze. Then another. Not an attack, more like something gently testing the barrier. Victor Mercer, came a voice from the other side. Perfect mimicry of Mike's voice. Let us in. We're so cold. Don't answer, I whispered to Lisa. Don't make a sound. The voice changed to Walsh's. They get inside your head, Mercer. They learn everything. Your fears, your past. Then I heard my war buddies, men who died in my arms in Vietnam, calling my name, begging for help like they did in their final moments. Lisa pressed her hands over her ears, tears streaming down her face. Make it stop, she whispered. The voices continued for hours, changing and shifting. They knew things they couldn't possibly know, private conversations, secret fears, moments from our past. This wasn't just hunting. Like Walsh said, this was sport. They were toying with us, wearing us down. As dawn approached, the voices and scratching finally stopped. We stayed locked in the radio room, too afraid to check if they were truly gone. Why? Did they just break in? Lisa asked, her voice hoarse from crying. What are they waiting for? I looked again at the marked date on the map. The solstice. Something happens on the solstice. She rubbed her arms, shivering. I'm so hungry. I noticed for the first time how pale she looked, her skin almost translucent in the weak light. Her fingernails seemed longer, her fingers thinner. Are you okay? I asked, moving closer. Just cold, she said. So cold all the time now. I touched her hand and pulled back immediately. Her skin was like ice. Lisa, I said carefully, tell me more about your grandfather's research. What exactly did he find? Her eyes met mine, and for a second they looked different, too bright, too wide. He said they're patient, she whispered. They can wait. They've waited for centuries. By mid-morning, we finally gathered enough courage to leave the radio room. The station was empty, but the temperature inside was still freezing. Frost patterns covered every window, forming those same strange symbols we'd seen in the cave. We need to find a way out of here, I said, checking the CB radio again. Dead. Maybe we can reach Osgood's place. It's 10 miles away, Lisa said, hugging herself tightly. We'd never make it in this weather. She looked worse in daylight, her skin pale with a bluish tint, dark circles under her eyes. When she spoke, I noticed her teeth chattering constantly, though she was wrapped in 3 blankets by the stove. As I checked our food supplies, my boot hit a loose floorboard near the pantry. It shifted, revealing a gap underneath. Strange. I hadn't noticed that before. Lisa, help me move this shelf, I said, pointing to a heavy storage unit against the wall. Pushing it aside revealed what the loose board had been hiding. A small metal hatch set into the floor with a combination lock. What is that? Lisa asked, suddenly alert. I don't know. I tried random combinations on the lock without success. Then I remembered Walsh's journal. Flipping through it, I found a series of numbers underlined in one entry. 12/21/57. December 21st, 1957, I muttered. Another solstice. The lock clicked open on the first try. A steel ladder led down into darkness. I grabbed my flashlight and descended carefully, Lisa following behind. At the bottom, we found ourselves in a concrete bunker roughly the size of the station above. But this was no simple ranger facility. Metal, shelving lined the walls, holding equipment I'd never seen before. One section contained weird-looking sound devices with dials marked frequency and amplitude. Another held what looked like military flare guns, but modified. Files and journals filled a large cabinet against the back wall. What is this place? Lisa whispered. I picked up a folder stamped Operation Permafrost. Top secret, 1952-1957. Inside were documents and photos that made my skin crawl. This was some kind of government research station, I said, scanning the papers. They were studying the Wendigo, trying to understand them. Why would the government care about monsters? Lisa asked, examining a strange device that looked like a combination of a flamethrower and a sound system. I turned a page and felt my blood run cold. Because they wanted to use them as weapons. The documents detailed a classified Cold War program to study the Wendigo's abilities, their resistance to extreme cold, their speed, their power to move through solid matter. Notes from scientists described attempts to communicate with them, to control them. Look at this, I said, holding up a typed report. They found out the Wendigo are vulnerable to 3 things: extreme heat, certain sound frequencies, and something they call binding symbols, patterns that can trap them in physical form temporarily. Lisa was staring at a faded photograph, pinned to a corkboard. A group of men in military and scientific uniforms standing in front of the station. She pointed to an older man with glasses. "That's my grandfather," she whispered. "He wasn't just part of a survey team, he was leading this research." I found more recent journals in another drawer, dated just months ago. The handwriting matched the one from the photo caption. "These are your grandfathers," I said, handing them to her. She flipped through, her hands trembling. "He came back. After all these years, he came back to finish his research." According to the journals, Edward Hartnell had continued his studies, in secret for decades after the government shut down Operation Permafrost. He believed the Wendigo weren't simply monsters. They were beings from another dimension that could only partially exist in our world. "They feed on cold and fear," Lisa read aloud. "They enter our reality through weak points, caves, hollow mountains, places where the barrier is thin. During certain astronomical alignments, especially winter solstices, the barriers weaken further, allowing them to manifest fully. That's why they're more active now," I said. "The solstice is tomorrow." She turned the page and gasped. "Oh my God." The final entries described how Hartnell had tried communicating with the Wendigo using special frequencies. But something went wrong. He wrote about psychic infection and the cold taking root inside my mind. "That's why he disappeared," Lisa said, her voice breaking. "He started to turn into one of them." She looked up at me, tears freezing on her cheeks. "Victor, I've been having dreams since we got here. Dreams about being inside the mountain, hunting in the snow. I can feel them in my head." I stepped back, suddenly seeing the changes in her more clearly, the elongated fingers, the too pale skin, the strange brightness in her eyes. "Is that why you really came here?" I asked. "Because you're turning too?" "I came to destroy them," she said fiercely. "My grandfather's last letter said there's a way. Something about disrupting the dimensional bridge during the solstice. But now I can hear them, all the time, calling me." I turned back to the equipment, desperately searching for anything that might help us. At the back of the bunker, I found weapon prototypes, phosphorus flares that burned at thousands of degrees, sonic disruptors tuned to frequencies that could disrupt the Wendigo's physical form, and paint-containing materials that could be used to create the binding symbols. "We can fight them," I said, gathering the equipment. "We can hold out until help comes." Lisa was studying the journal again, her movements becoming jerkier, less human. "There's no help coming, Victor," she said, her voice taking on a strange, hollow quality. "No one leaves Hollow Mountain during solstice, not for centuries." She looked up at me, and I saw the hunger in her eyes. "You need to kill me," she whispered, a last moment of clarity breaking through. "When I turn, promise me, before." I could answer. A horrible screech came from upstairs, like claws on metal. The Wendigo had returned, and there were more of them now. We worked through the day, preparing for what would come with nightfall. I loaded the equipment from the bunker into backpacks, while Lisa, fighting against her transformation, drew the binding symbols on paper. "These need to be placed at key points around the station," she explained, her voice shifting between normal and something deeper, raspier. Doorways, windows, walls. Her fingers were now nearly an inch longer than normal, the nails hardening into something like claws. She caught me staring and hid her hands in her sleeves. "How much time do you have?" I asked quietly. "Until midnight." "The peak of the solstice," she closed her eyes. "I can feel them getting stronger. They're excited, hungry." I checked my watch. Just after 4 p.m. Less than 8 hours until midnight. "If we can hold them off until dawn," I said. "The solstice alignment will pass. They'll weaken again, right?" Lisa nodded. "But they know that too. They won't wait. Not this time." We carried everything upstairs and sealed the bunker hatch. Outside, the world had gone completely still. No wind, no animal sounds. Just endless snow under a grey sky that darkened by the minute. I set up our defenses, according to the research. Speakers near each entry point, ready to blast the frequencies that would disrupt the Wendigo's form. Homemade flamethrowers using propane tanks from the storage room. The binding symbols painted in bright phosphorus on the floor and walls. As the sun began to set, Lisa's condition worsened. Her body seemed to stretch, joints cracking as bones elongated, yet her mind remained clear, determined. "They're coming," she whispered, staring out the window at the tree line. "I can feel them gathering." Night fell completely around 5 p.m. With it came the cold, not the natural winter cold, but something deeper that seemed to freeze the air in my lungs. The temperature gauge on the wall dropped rapidly. 20 degrees, 30 degrees, 40 degrees. "They're pulling the heat away," Lisa explained through chattering teeth, feeding on it. The first attack came at 6:18 p.m. A soft tapping at every window and door, perfectly synchronized. Then voices, not just mimicking people we knew now, but blending them together in impossible ways. My ex-wife's laugh with Timothy's words. Walsh's voice speaking Vietnamese phrases my war buddies used. I turned on the sonic disruptors. The high-pitched whine made my teeth hurt, but the voices outside stopped immediately. Something screeched in pain. "They're testing us," Lisa said. "Learning." By 8 p.m. they changed tactics. The scratching started inside the walls again, but more violent now, tearing, ripping sounds as if they were trying to claw through the wood. I caught glimpses of them through the frosted windows. Tall, skeletal figures with papery white skin stretched over impossible frames. Some had antlers, others had twisted branch-like growths from their shoulders. They moved with jerking, insect-like motions. Lisa was nearly unrecognizable now. Her limbs had stretched, her face narrowing, skin pulled tight across her skull. But her eyes remained human, fighting against the change. "They're weakening the structure," she groaned, pointing to the ceiling where wood beams creaked and bent inward. "The symbols, activate them now." I used a lighter to ignite the phosphorus paint. The symbols blazed with blinding white light. From outside came howls of rage and pain. For an hour we held them back. The symbols burned, the sonic disruptors screamed, and the Wendigo stayed outside, prowling, searching for weakness. Then at 10:30 p.m., the first one came through the wall. It just appeared, stepping through solid wood as if walking through mist. 8 feet tall, impossibly thin, with a crown of antlers and empty black pits for eyes. I blasted it with the flamethrower. It shrieked, a high sound that shattered glass, and vanished back through the wall. But where it had stood, frost spread across the floor, killing the binding symbol there. "They're learning," Lisa gasped, "sacrificing one to disable our defenses." More came after that, stepping through walls, ceiling, floor. Each took damage from our weapons, but each disabled part of our protection before retreating. They were using strategy, patience. By 11:30 p.m., half our defenses were gone. Lisa could barely speak now, her transformation nearly complete. She huddled in a corner, fighting the urge to join the others. "The bunker," she managed to say. "Final stand." We retreated downstairs, sealing the hatch behind us. I set up the last of the phosphorus symbols around the small space and prepared the remaining weapons. "Victor," Lisa whispered, her voice barely human. "The research, the dimensional bridge, it needs a power source." "What power source?" "Heat, life, fear." Her elongated fingers pointed to a diagram in her grandfather's journal. "That's why they hunt. That's what they use to keep the bridge open." I understood then. "So if we cut off their food supply, they can't fully cross over," she finished. Outside the bunker, something heavy landed on the hatch. Metal groaned. Then another thud. They were breaking through. As midnight approached, the temperature dropped to impossible levels. Ice formed on the walls of the bunker. My breath froze in midair. The hatch gave way with a screech of metal. Through the opening I saw the largest Wendigo yet, nearly 10 feet tall with a massive crown of antlers. Around its neck hung tattered remains of clothing with a faded name tag. Walsh. It was Walsh. Lisa screamed, her body contorting as the final transformation took hold. Her skin split along her limbs as they extended further. Only her eyes remained human, filled with pain and determination. "The tanks," she gasped. "The propane, all of it." I understood. The propane tanks for the station's heating system were stored nearby, all of them together. The Wendigo Walsh stepped down into the bunker, followed by others. They moved with horrible patience, knowing they had us trapped. "I'm sorry," I said to Lisa. "Not your fault," she replied, her voice barely recognizable. "Do it. End this." I grabbed the last flare gun, aimed it at the stack of propane tanks in the corner, and fired. The world turned white. I don't remember the explosion, just heat and pressure, and then nothing. Darkness, cold, pain. I drifted in and out of consciousness. Sometimes I thought I heard voices, real human voices calling my name. Other times I was sure I felt cold, skeletal fingers brushing against my face in the dark. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. When I finally opened my eyes, I was lying in a hospital bed. Bandages covered most of my body. An IV dripped clear fluid into my arm. Outside the window, green leaves rustled in a spring breeze. "He's awake," someone said. A doctor appeared above me, shining a light in my eyes. "Mr. Mercer, can you hear me?" I tried to speak, but my throat felt like sandpaper. A nurse helped me sip water through a straw. "Where?" I managed to croak. "Albany Medical Center," the doctor said. "You've been unconscious for nearly 3 months. 3 months. That meant it was March," the nurse said, seeing my confusion. "March 26th, 1973. "How?" "A search party found you in April," the doctor explained, "after the winter storms cleared. The ranger station had burned to the ground. You were in the basement level, which protected you from the worst of it. Severe. Frostbite, 3rd-degree burns, multiple broken bones. It's a miracle you survived at all." I closed my eyes, memories flooding back. Lisa, the Wendigo, the explosion. "Others," I whispered. The doctor's expression turned somber. "I'm afraid you were the only survivor. We found remains, hard to identify due to the fire damage." "How many?" He hesitated. 4. Though according to park records, only 3 people were registered at the station, you and 2 hikers, so they found Walsh too, or what was left of him. "The official report cites a propane explosion," a new voice said. A man in a dark suit stood in the doorway. He didn't introduce himself or show any ID. "Weather damage to the gas lines," the man continued. "Faulty equipment, tragic accident." There was something in his tone, a warning. The doctor and nurse quietly left the room. "We found some interesting things in that bunker, Ranger Mercer," the man said once we were alone. "Things that shouldn't exist, records that were supposed to be destroyed in 1957. They're real," I said. "They're all real." The man's face remained expressionless. "Carbon monoxide poisoning causes vivid hallucinations. Combined with isolation and extreme weather conditions, it's known to create shared delusions. That's what the official psychological evaluation will show. But the matter is closed, Mr. Mercer." His tone left no room for argument. "For your own well-being." After he left, I lay staring at the ceiling. They didn't believe me. Or they did, and that was worse. I was moved to a psychiatric facility the following week. The doctors spoke in hushed tones about PTSD, delusions, trauma response. They gave me pills that made my thoughts fuzzy. They took away the pens when they found me drawing binding symbols on the walls. I stopped talking about what happened, stopped trying to make them believe. But I knew the truth. I felt it in the lingering cold in my bones that never went away, even in the summer heat. 4 months into my stay, a nurse brought me a letter. No return address, just my name typed neatly on a plain envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a winter solstice calendar for the coming December. Below it were symbols, the same ones from the cave, from Walsh's drawings, from the frost on the windows. At the bottom, 3 words in handwriting I recognized from the journals. "Still with us." The nurse paused at the door as she left. Strange, she said. Do you feel that draft? It's like winter in here. She rubbed her arms against a sudden chill. In the middle of July, I didn't answer. I just watched as frost slowly began to form in the corner of my window, spreading in familiar patterns that spelled out a message only I could understand. They were still waiting, inside the walls, and somewhere out there, so was Lisa. The screams still wake me up at night, not the ones from my dreams about Danny falling, but the ones I heard at Echo Falls, the ones that weren't quite human. My name is Leah Donovan, and this is the story of what happened to me in the summer of 1976 at Green River State Park. I'm writing it all down now because I need someone to know the truth. If you're reading this and start hearing whispers that seem to come from nowhere, run. It all started on June 15th, the day I arrived at Echo Falls Ranger Station. The narrow road wound through thick forest before opening to reveal an old hunting lodge perched on a limestone cliff. Below, the Green River snaked through the valley, sparkling in the afternoon sun. It looked peaceful. It looked safe. I was wrong about both. I parked my truck and grabbed my duffel bag, taking a deep breath of the fresh Kentucky air. After what happened in Yosemite with Danny, I needed this fresh start more than anything. His fall wasn't officially my fault, but I was the one who suggested the route, who missed the warning signs of loose rock. The memory of his hand slipping from mine still made my stomach drop. A screen door creaked, and a tall man with gray hair and a permanent frown stepped onto the porch. "You must be Donovan," he said, not offering his hand. "Paul Whitaker, assistant ranger." "Good to meet you," I said, shifting my bag to offer a handshake he ignored. "Beautiful place you have here." "It was," he muttered, turning back inside. "Come on, I'll show you around." The ranger station was bigger than it looked from outside. The main room had a large desk with maps spread across it, a radio system and worn furniture that looked like it came with the place when it was still a hunting lodge. "Your quarters are upstairs, first door on the right," Whitaker said. "Bathrooms shared, kitchens through there. We get supply deliveries on Thursdays." "What about patrol schedules?" I asked. "I handle the south trails. You take the north. It's all marked on the map." He tapped a faded trail map pinned to the wall. "We're understaffed since they made this place a state park last year. Used to be private land, owned by the Henderson family for generations. And they just gave it up?" Whitaker's mouth tightened. "Not exactly. The state wasn't asking. Anyway, people around here have their own ideas about this land. Don't expect a warm welcome from the locals." "Noted," I said, trying to keep my tone light. "Any pressing issues I should know about?" He hesitated just for a second. "Nothing special. Stay on the marked trails. Some of the cave systems haven't been properly mapped yet." That evening, after unpacking my things, I drove into town for dinner. Green River was the kind of small town with one main street, where everyone turns to look when a stranger walks in. The diner was called Maggie's Place, and the bell above the door announced my arrival to about a dozen locals, who all stopped talking at once. A plump woman with kind eyes and silver hair waved from behind the counter. "You must be the new ranger. Come on in, honey, I'm Maggie Russell." "Leah Donovan," I said, sliding onto a stool at the counter. "Nice to meet you. First meal's on the house," she said, sliding a menu toward me. "We're happy to have a proper ranger looking after the park. Paul means well, but he's no professional." I frowned. "What do you mean? He's been the assistant ranger for years, right?" Maggie glanced around before leaning closer. "Paul Whitaker isn't a real ranger, honey. He was the caretaker for the Henderson property. When the state took over, they kept him on because he knows the land." Before I could ask more questions, a man in a sheriff's uniform entered the diner and headed straight for me. He was middle-aged with a weathered face and eyes that had seen too much. "Sheriff Dale Morris," he said, extending his hand. Heard we got a new ranger up at Echo Falls. Leah Donovan, I replied, shaking his hand. Just arrived today. Mind if I join you? He asked, taking the stool next to mine without waiting for an answer. When Maggie stepped away, he lowered his voice. Listen, I need to bring you up to speed on something. We've had 3 hiking groups go missing in the past month. My stomach tightened. Missing? And no one thought to mention this during my briefing? State Parks Department likes to keep things quiet. Bad for tourism. He rubbed his jaw. Each group reported something strange before they disappeared. Unusual sounds in the woods. Voices where there shouldn't be any. Could be anything, I said. Wind in the caves, animals, maybe even other hikers they didn't see. Maybe, he conceded. But all 3 groups mentioned the same thing. Sounds that seemed to echo back wrong. Different from what they made. Changed, somehow. A chill ran up my spine despite the warm evening. I'll keep an eye out, I promised. On my way out of the diner, a bearded man in flannel blocked my path. You the new ranger? He asked, alcohol heavy on his breath. That's right, I said, trying to step around him. You city folk don't understand our ways, he said. Some places ain't meant to be parks. Some places should be left alone. His friends nodded in agreement, and I felt the hostility radiating from them. Sheriff Morris appeared at my side. That's enough, Jim, he said firmly. Let the ranger pass. Back at the station, I found Whitaker sitting on the porch with a cup of coffee, staring out at the darkening forest. Sheriff Morris mentioned missing hikers, I said, taking the chair beside him. Why didn't you tell me? He shrugged. Happens every year. People underestimate the wilderness. 3 groups in 1 month is not normal, I insisted. Nothing's normal. About Echo Falls, he muttered, then set down his cup. Come on, there's something you should hear. He led me to a limestone outcropping about 50 yards from the station. The night was coming alive with cricket songs and frog calls from the river below. Listen, he said, pulling a metal whistle from his pocket. He blew 3 sharp notes that pierced the night air. I waited, and then it came, the echo bouncing back from the ravines and cliffs. But something was wrong. The return sound had 5 notes, not 3, and the pitch had shifted to something almost musical. What the hell? I whispered. That's how the place got its name, Whitaker said. The echoes here come back changed. Locals say it's the Hollow Folk, ghosts of miners who died in a cave-in back in 1887. And what do non-locals say? I asked, still staring at the ravine. Scientists blame the cave system, unusual acoustic properties due to the connected chambers, and the limestone composition. He put the whistle away, but science doesn't explain everything. The next morning I set out on my first patrol of the North Trails. The forest was beautiful. Dense hardwoods created a green canopy that allowed dappled sunlight to reach the forest floor. Birds called from the branches, and occasionally a squirrel or rabbit would dart across the path. About 2 miles in, I spotted something unusual. Stones arranged in a perfect circle, with smaller stones forming a geometric pattern inside. It was clearly made by human hands, but didn't look like something hikers would casually create. I photographed it and made a note in my log. A mile further, I found something far more disturbing. A freshly killed deer lay just off the trail, but it wasn't a normal predator kill. The eyes, ears, tongue, and voice box had been removed with what looked like surgical precision. There was surprisingly little blood, and no signs of the missing parts nearby. I radioed Whitaker immediately. Found a mutilated deer on North Ridge Trail, I reported. Looks ritualistic. Should I call the sheriff? After a long pause, his voice crackled back. Negative. I've seen this before, just kids or some cultists. No need to file a report, it'll just scare tourists. This doesn't look like kids, Paul. I insisted. Leave it, he said firmly. That's an order. I reluctantly continued my patrol, but something felt wrong about the whole situation. When I returned to the station, I decided to do some digging of my own. The filing cabinet in the office was poorly organized, but I eventually found Whitaker's personnel file. What I discovered sent a chill through me. He had no ranger training, no certifications, nothing. His official title was site caretaker, appointed directly by the Henderson family, not the Park Service. Digging deeper, I found old correspondence mentioning something called the Auditory Sciences Initiative that had conducted research in the area from 1957 to 1962. The letterhead showed a government seal I didn't recognize, and many passages were blacked out. The project had been terminated abruptly, with all equipment to be sealed in place rather than removed. One name appeared repeatedly in connection with the initiative, Dr. Howard Chambers. I made a mental note to look him up. I was replacing the files when Whitaker walked in, his face darkening when he saw what I was doing. "Finding everything you need?" he asked coldly. "Just trying to understand the park's history," I said, meeting his gaze. "You never mentioned you worked for a research group." "I didn't," he said too quickly. "I was hired by the Hendersons." "Who worked with the Auditory Sciences Initiative?" I countered. His jaw tightened. "That was before my time. Ancient history." "Not that ancient. What were they studying here?" "Sound," he said after a pause. "The unusual acoustic properties of the cave systems. That's all I know." Before I could press further, the radio crackled to life. A panicked voice cut through the static. "Ranger, station, please respond. Our family's missing." It was the beginning of a nightmare that would change everything I thought I knew about the world. The echo falls had started whispering, and they were hungry for new voices. I grabbed the radio. "Echo Falls Ranger Station responding. What's your situation, over?" "My name is Carol Jennings," the woman's voice trembled. "My sister's family went camping 3 days ago. They were supposed to be back yesterday. I went to check their campsite and it's just wrong. Please help. I'll need their names and the campsite location," I said, grabbing my notebook. "Gregory and Julia Murphy with their kids Ellie and Tyler, 12 and 8. They're at campsite 14 near Beaver Creek. Stay where you are. We're on our way," I assured her, already reaching for my gear. Whitaker watched me silently. "I'll call the sheriff," he finally said. Campsite 14 was about 3 miles from the ranger station, accessible by service road most of the way. Carol Jennings was standing next to her car when we arrived, a thin woman with worried eyes. Sheriff Morris pulled in right behind us. "Thank you for coming so quickly," she said, leading us toward the campsite. "Everything's still there. Their tent, food, everything. It's like they just vanished during dinner." She wasn't exaggerating. The campsite looked frozen in time. 4 camping chairs around a cold fire pit, paper plates with half-eaten hot dogs, sleeping bags neatly arranged inside the family-sized tent. Their car sat untouched at the nearby parking area. No signs of bears or other wildlife, I noted, examining the area. "No signs of struggle either," Sheriff Morris added. "Folks don't just walk away from dinner without a reason." I stepped inside the tent and swept my flashlight across the floor. A small notebook lay next to the smallest sleeping bag. Inside were childish drawings, trees, mountains, and a stick figure family. But the last page made my blood run cold. It showed tall, skinny figures standing between trees. They had long arms and strange, large heads. Beneath them, in a child's handwriting, "The Whispering People." "Sheriff," I called, "you need to see this." Morris studied the drawing with a frown. Kids got quite an imagination. Or saw something. I countered. Morris turned to Whitaker. "Time to organize a search party. We've got about 4 hours of daylight left." By late afternoon, we had assembled a team. The sheriff, Whitaker, and myself, 4 local hunters who knew the terrain, and 3 volunteers from town. We split into pairs and fanned out from the campsite, each team carrying radios and emergency supplies. I was paired with a local hunter named Mike, a quiet man who moved through the forest like a ghost. We headed northeast, calling out the families names every few minutes and listening for responses. 2 hours in, our radio started acting strangely. At first it was just static, but then fragments of our own earlier conversations began playing back at us, mixed with garbled sounds I couldn't identify. "Damn thing's broken," Mike muttered, smacking it against his palm. "Wait," I said, listening closely. "That's not interference." Beneath the static and voice fragments, I could hear what sounded like distant whispering, too faint to make out words. "You hear that?" I asked. Mike's face had gone pale. "We should head back," he said suddenly. "It'll be dark soon." "But we've barely covered our search area," I protested. "Trust me, we don't want to be in these woods after dark, not on this side of the park." His eyes kept darting between the trees. "You know something about these disappearances, don't you?" I pressed. He shook his head. "Just stories my grandpa told, about the hollow places and the things that live there, about how they can sound like anybody they've ever heard." Before I could ask more questions, a crackle came through the radio, the sheriff calling all teams back as darkness approached. The search would continue tomorrow morning. Back at the ranger station, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the old building, every whisper of wind through the trees kept me on edge. Around midnight, I went downstairs for some water. That's when I heard it, a child's voice coming from outside. "Help, please help me." I froze, listening. It came again, clearer this time. "Is anybody there?" "I'm scared." It was a boy's voice, young and frightened. It had to be Tyler Murphy. I grabbed my flashlight and service revolver, rushing to the porch. The voice came again, this time from the tree line. "Please, I'm lost." "Tyler!" I called, sweeping my light across the trees. "Tyler, stay where you are! I'm coming to help you!" I hurried down the steps, following the sound of quiet sobbing. It led me along the edge of the forest, toward the limestone cliffs. "Tyler, keep talking so I can find you." "Over here." The voice seemed to shift location, suddenly coming from behind me instead of ahead. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Nothing. Then I noticed something on the ground, dark droplets leading toward a clearing. Blood. The blood trail led to the edge of a limestone sinkhole about 20 feet across. The voice came again, now from inside the hole. "Please help. It hurts." I shined my light down, but couldn't see the bottom, just darkness and mist. That's when I realized something was wrong. The voice didn't sound quite right anymore. It wavered strangely, like multiple voices trying to speak as one. And it kept changing position too quickly, impossible for a hurt child to move that fast. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I took a step back from the sinkhole. Something moved in the forest behind me. A flash of pale, too tall to be, human. I swung my flashlight toward it and caught a glimpse of something that turned my blood to ice. It stood at least 7 feet tall, impossibly thin with limbs that bent at strange angles. Its neck was elongated, supporting a bulbous head with no eyes that I could see, but what looked like massive ear-like structures. Before I could process what I was seeing, it disappeared into the trees with unnatural speed. I ran back to the station, my heart pounding. Inside, I locked the doors and windows, then radioed the sheriff. "Morris, it's Donovan. I think I found something related to the Murphy case, but..." I hesitated, knowing how crazy it would sound. "I need to check the local historical records tomorrow. Something's not right here." The next day, I drove to the county library in a nearby town. The librarian, an elderly woman named Ruth, seemed unsurprised by my request for local history and folklore. "Another one looking into the Echo Falls stories," she said with a knowing nod. "Research rooms in the back. We keep the special collection there." The special collection turned out to be 4 shelves of local history books, old newspapers, and handwritten journals. I started with the newspapers, searching for patterns. It didn't take long to find them. Every 20-30 years, going back to the 1880s, there were clusters of disappearances in the Green River area, all during unusually wet summers like the one we were having now. The official explanations varied. Cave-ins, flooding, wild animal attacks, but the details were disturbingly similar. People vanishing without struggle, often with reports of strange sounds or voices in the woods before they disappeared. Leather-bound journal caught my eye. The personal writings of Dr. Howard Chambers, dated 1923. I carefully opened the fragile book and began to read. My research into the acoustic anomalies of the Green River limestone system has led me to a disturbing conclusion. The entities that the locals call mimics or listeners are not merely folklore. I have observed them. They exist primarily as patterns of vibration, taking physical form through processes I cannot yet explain. They consume sound itself, or more precisely, they absorb the neural information encoded in sound waves, particularly human speech. I felt a chill run through me as I continued reading. These organisms can perfectly reproduce any sound they have consumed, using it to lure new prey. They seem especially drawn to emotional vocalizations, laughter, crying, screams of fear. Most disturbing is their apparent ability to extract memories and personality fragments from human vocalizations. They wear voices like we wear clothes, and through those voices they wear pieces of who we are. Back at the ranger station, I set up my portable tape recorder around the perimeter. If there was something out there imitating voices, I wanted evidence. I slept poorly, jumping at every sound. At dawn, I collected the tapes and rewound them to listen. What I heard made me question my sanity. The first tape contained normal night sounds, crickets, frogs, the occasional hoot of an owl. But the second tape had my voice on it. Conversations I never had, discussing things I'd never told anyone. My fears about Danny's fall, details about my childhood, even private thoughts I'd never spoken aloud. I keep seeing his face as he fell. My recorded voice said, I could have reached farther. I could have saved him. My hands shook as I played the third tape. This one contained something else. Sounds that made no sense, like speech played backward and at changing speeds, overlapping in layers. The pitch rose and fell in patterns that made me feel instantly nauseated and disoriented. I turned it off, my head spinning. Whatever was on that tape wasn't human. The phone rang, making me jump. Donovan, Sheriff Morris's voice was tight with urgency. We found one of the Murphy kids. You need to get to the hospital right away. I broke every speed limit driving to the small county hospital in Green River. Sheriff Morris was waiting for me in the lobby, his face grim. It's the girl, Ellie, he said as he led me down the hallway. A pair of hikers found her wandering on Cedar Ridge Trail about an hour ago. She's alive, but... He hesitated. Not right. What do you mean, not right? I asked. See for yourself. Ellie Murphy sat on a hospital bed, staring at nothing. Her clothes were torn and dirty, her skin scratched from branches and brambles. But it was her eyes that disturbed me most. They didn't track movement or respond to the doctor shining a light into them. It was like she was blind, yet the doctors said her eyes were physically fine. She hasn't spoken yet, Morris said quietly. Doctor says she's in shock. Dr. Leslie Hammond, a woman in her mid-40s with kind eyes and a worried expression, approached us. Sheriff, Ranger Donovan, could I speak with you outside? In the hallway, she kept her voice low. I've never seen anything like this. Ellie has unusual injuries. Her eardrums show signs of being perforated, but they've partially healed with some kind of tissue I can't identify. Her throat has similar unusual tissue growth. Could it be an infection or allergic reaction? I asked. Not like any I've ever seen, Dr. Hammond replied. And there's something else. She doesn't respond to visual cues at all, but certain sounds cause extreme reactions. When a nurse dropped a metal tray, Ellie screamed and tried to hide under the bed. What about her family? Morris asked. Has she said anything about what happened to them? Nothing yet. I've called in Dr. Warren, a child psychologist from the next county. He's going to try hypnosis. Sometimes that can help trauma victims access memories they're blocking. As if on cue, a thin man with glasses and a kind face approached us, carrying a medical bag. "I'm Dr. Warren. You must be the sheriff and the ranger I've heard about." We nodded, and he continued, "I understand we have a child who's experienced severe trauma. I'd like to try a session with her right away, if that's all right. We need to know what happened to her family," Morris said. "Do whatever you need to do." Dr. Warren requested we observe from behind a one-way glass. As we watched, he spoke softly to Ellie, his voice gentle and rhythmic. At first, there was no response. Then, slowly, her rigid posture relaxed. "Ellie, can you hear me?" the doctor asked. "Yes." Her voice had a strange quality to it, almost like an echo was built into it, as if multiple voices were speaking at once. "You're safe now, Ellie. Can you tell me what happened to you and your family?" She started to rock back and forth. "They took us to the hollow places, the places under." "Who took you, Ellie?" "The tall ones, the whisperers." Her hands fluttered nervously. "They wear sounds like faces." Dr. Warren kept his voice calm. "Can you tell me about the hollow places? Dark, but not dark like night. Dark like inside." She tilted her head as if listening to something. "They keep us in rooms where sound is wrong, where voices turn into colors and shapes you can see." "What did they want from you and your family?" Ellie's face contorted. "They were hungry. They fed on our screams, our words. They take something out when we talk, something important." "And your family, where are they now?" "Still there, but changing." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Becoming like them. Mom and Dad are almost gone now, but Tyler is fighting, like I did." "How did you escape, Ellie?" "I followed the water sounds. The falling water hides you from them. They can't hear through it." She suddenly stiffened. "They're listening right now. They can hear through me." Dr. Warren tried to continue, but Ellie began to scream. A sound that seemed to contain multiple voices, all shrieking in different pitches. Then she collapsed back on the bed, unconscious. "What the hell was that?" Morris whispered, his face pale. Dr. Hammond rushed into the room to check on Ellie. "Her vitals are stable," she reported. "She's sleeping now." I turned to find Whitaker standing behind us, his face ashen. He'd arrived silently while we were focused on Ellie's session. "We need to talk," I said, grabbing his arm and pulling him into an empty waiting room. "No more lies. What do you know about what's happening?" For a long moment he said nothing. Then he sank into a chair, suddenly looking every one of his years. "It wasn't supposed to be like this," he said quietly. "The arrangement protected everyone." "What arrangement?" I demanded. He looked up at me, fear in his eyes. "The Auditory Sciences Initiative discovered them in 1957. They were studying sound propagation for military applications, ways to transmit messages that couldn't be intercepted. But they found something in the deepest caves, something that shouldn't exist." "The creatures Ellie described?" He nodded. "They're not from here, not originally. The scientists believe they evolved in isolation in the cave system over thousands, maybe millions of years. They developed in darkness, so they don't see like we do. They perceive the world through sound." "And they eat sound?" I asked skeptically. "Not exactly. They can somehow extract information from sound waves, emotional content, memories, personality fragments. Human voices are especially nutritious to them. They absorb and store this information, building a kind of collective consciousness from what they consume. That's why they mimic voices," I said, pieces falling into place. "To lure new victims." "Yes, and they're more active during the wet season, when the higher water table amplifies the acoustic properties of the cave system. It's their feeding cycle." "And this arrangement you mentioned?" Whitaker looked away. "The Henderson family, who owned the land, discovered the creatures back in the 1800s. They made a deal. They would provide occasional outsiders to satisfy the creatures' hunger, and in exchange, the creatures would leave locals alone. I felt sick. They fed people to these things for generations. They saw it as protecting their community, Whitaker said defensively. A few strangers every few decades in exchange for safety. He rubbed his face. Then the government found out during their acoustic research. Instead of destroying the creatures, they wanted to study them, learn from them. Learn what? The creatures can store and transfer consciousness through sound patterns. Do you understand what that means? They found a way to encode minds into waves. The military saw applications, communication, intelligence transfer, maybe even a form of immortality. Before I could respond, Sheriff Morris burst into the room. "We've got company," he said grimly. "Government types. They're taking over the case." In the hospital lobby stood a striking woman in her early 50s, wearing a tailored suit, and a military officer in dress uniform. They turned as we approached. "Dr. Diana Wells, Department of Energy," the woman said, not offering her hand. "This is Major Robert Paxton. We're here about the Murphy situation." "Department of Energy?" Morris questioned. "This is a missing persons case. What's your interest?" "There's been a containment breach at a research facility in the park area," Dr. Wells stated coolly. "The Murphy family may have been exposed to an experimental bacterial agent. We need to quarantine the girl and establish a perimeter around the park immediately." "Bacterial agent," I repeated. "That's not what's happening here." Dr. Wells fixed me with a cold stare. "Ranger Donovan, I understand you're new to the area. I suggest you defer to those with a more complete understanding of the situation. I know about the creatures in the caves," I said bluntly. "I know about the Auditory Sciences Initiative, and I know the Murphys aren't sick. They've been taken." A flicker of surprise crossed her face before her expression hardened. "Major, please escort Ranger Donovan and Sheriff Morris to the conference room. It seems we need to have a more detailed conversation." In the small hospital conference room, Dr. Wells didn't waste time with pretense. "The entities you encountered are classified at the highest level," she said. "Their existence is a matter of national security." "What about the existence of the Murphy family?" I demanded. "Ellie said they're still alive but changing." "What does that mean?" Dr. Wells exchanged a glance with Major Paxton. "The entities can modify human physiology to better receive and transmit acoustic information. It's a process we don't fully understand." "You mean they're turning them into more creatures?" I said, feeling sick. "How long do we have to save them?" "Save them?" Dr. Wells raised an eyebrow. "Ranger Donovan, we're not here to attempt a rescue. We're here to contain the situation. These entities are invaluable research subjects. Their ability to extract and store information from sound waves has revolutionary implications for data storage technology." "They're people," I shouted, standing up. "A family with children. They knew the risks when they entered a restricted area," Wells said coldly. "It's not marked as restricted," Morris pointed out. "It's a public campground. An oversight that will be corrected," Wells replied. "As of now, Green River State Park is closed due to a hazardous bacterial outbreak. We'll be establishing containment protocols immediately." "You can't just write off an entire family," I insisted. "We're not discussing this further. Major Paxton will coordinate with local authorities on the quarantine measures." She stood to leave. "I advise both of you to cooperate fully and maintain absolute silence on this matter. The alternative would be unfortunate." After they left, Morris turned to me, his face grim. "They're going to let that family die." "Not if I can help it," I said. "Whitaker knows more than he's telling us. I need to find out where these creatures keep their victims." "And then what?" Morris asked. "You heard the doctor. The parents are almost gone, whatever that means." "There's still Tyler," I reminded him. "And maybe we can help the parents too, if we move fast enough." I checked my watch. It's already evening. We'll start first thing tomorrow. As I left the hospital, the setting sun cast long shadows across the parking lot. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, or worse, listened to. I thought about Ellie's words. They're listening right now. They can hear through me. I drove back to the ranger station in silence, not even turning on the radio. If these creatures could hear through Ellie somehow, what else might they be hearing? What else might they know about our plans? When I reached the station, I found a note pinned to the door. Meet me at the old Henderson property at dawn. I know where they're keeping the Murphys. Come alone. Whitaker. I took the note inside and locked the door behind me. Tomorrow, ready or not, I would be going into the depths of Echo Falls to face whatever waited there. I checked my gun, packed emergency supplies, and tried to prepare myself for what I might find. But how do you prepare to face creatures that shouldn't exist? How do you fight something that feeds on sound itself? As I lay in bed that night, I swore I could hear whispers just at the edge of hearing. Voices that sounded almost familiar, calling my name from the darkness beyond my window. I woke before dawn, my dreams filled with echoing voices and dark, twisting tunnels. After a quick cup of coffee, I packed my gear, flashlight, extra batteries, first aid kit, rope, water, energy bars, and my service revolver. I wasn't sure the gun would help against whatever lived in the caves, but it made me feel better. The old Henderson property sat at the far eastern edge of the park, a Victorian mansion that had seen better days. In the grey morning light, it looked abandoned, windows dark and empty, but a thin trail of smoke rose from one of the chimneys. I parked my truck behind some trees and approached cautiously. Before I could reach the front door, Whitaker emerged from a side entrance, motioning me to follow him. "Not the house," he whispered. "This way." He led me across overgrown gardens to what looked like an old stone shed. Inside, he moved a heavy shelf to reveal a metal door set into the floor. "The Hendersons built this entrance in the 1920s, he explained, pulling the door open. "It leads to a network of tunnels that connect to the main cave system." "Why show me this now?" I asked. "Because Wells and her people will have the main cave entrances guarded by noon. This might be our only chance." He handed me a small device that looked like a transistor radio with a dial on the front. "Put this in your pocket and don't lose it. It generates a frequency pattern that makes humans unappetizing to them." "Is that how you've survived all these years?" I asked, taking the device. He nodded. "The initiative developed them during their research phase. Keep it on at all times down there." I switched it on, hearing only a faint hum at the edge of my perception. "What's the plan once we're inside?" "We follow the tracking markers," he said, pulling out a handheld device with a small screen. "I've been monitoring unusual sound patterns in the cave system. There's a concentration of activity in the southeast quadrant, about 2 miles in. That's likely where they're keeping the Murphys. And if Sheriff Morris comes looking for us?" "I left him a map," Whitaker admitted, "but told him to wait until noon before following. We need to move fast, and 3 people make more noise than 2. The entrance led to a narrow tunnel barely tall enough to stand in. Whitaker went first, switching on a powerful flashlight. The walls were smooth limestone, occasionally marked with faded symbols, painted in red. "What are these marks?" I asked, touching one that looked like a stylized ear. "Warning signs. The Hendersons had their own notation system for the dangerous areas." He pointed ahead. "Follow me and step exactly where I step. Some of these tunnels have drop-offs that go down hundreds of feet." We descended gradually, the air growing cooler and damper. The natural tunnel occasionally gave way to sections that had been clearly carved or expanded by human hands. After about 20 minutes, we reached a junction where 3 tunnels branched off in different directions. Whitaker consulted his device. "This way," he said, pointing to the rightmost tunnel. As we moved deeper, I noticed the rock walls beginning to change. The smooth limestone was now rippled with strange patterns, almost like frozen waves. In places, the walls seemed to shimmer slightly in our flashlight beams. "The rock is moving," I whispered. "Not moving. Responding," Whitaker corrected. "The cave system is alive in its own way. The rocks here have unusual properties. They absorb and reflect sound waves in ways that science still can't fully explain. These chambers were designed by the creatures to create specific sound patterns." We entered a large cavern where stalactites hung like frozen daggers from the ceiling. Water dripped rhythmically, each drop creating ripples of sound that seemed to hang in the air longer than they should. The effect was like being inside a massive musical instrument. "Listen," Whitaker said softly. I stood still, focusing my ears. At first, I heard only the water drops and our breathing. Then I noticed it, a faint melodic humming that seemed to come from the rocks themselves. It was beautiful in a haunting way, almost hypnotic. "Don't listen too long," Whitaker warned. "That's how they lure people deeper." As we moved through the cavern, my flashlight beam caught something embedded in the wall. I stepped closer and immediately wished I hadn't. A human hand protruded from the living rock, frozen in a gesture of reaching. Further along, I saw what looked like a face, mouth open in a silent scream, half absorbed into the stone. "What?" I gasped, stumbling backward. "The unsuccessful transformations," Whitaker said grimly. "Not everyone is compatible with a process. The unsuitable ones become part of the cave itself." I felt sick, but forced myself to keep moving. "How much further?" "We're getting close." The tracking device is picking up intense acoustic activity ahead. The tunnel narrowed again, forcing us to crouch and eventually crawl. The walls here pulsed with faint bioluminescence, casting everything in an eerie blue-green light. The humming grew louder, more complex, like dozens of overlapping tunes. Finally, the tunnel opened into another chamber, this one filled with shallow pools of milky water. In each pool floated what looked like rippling patterns of light, sound, waves made visible. "What is this place?" I whispered. "A nursery," Whitaker replied, keeping his voice low. "These are juvenile entities forming. They start as pure sound patterns before developing physical bodies." I peered into the nearest pool. The light patterns pulsed and shifted, occasionally taking shapes that almost looked like faces before dissolving again. A high-pitched trilling sound emanated from the pools, making my head swim with sudden dizziness. "Don't look directly at them," Whitaker warned, "and don't listen to their sounds. It can cause hallucinations." Too late. The room seemed to waver around me, colors intensifying. I saw fleeting images, people I didn't recognize calling my name, scenes from places I'd never been. I felt a sudden impulse to take off the acoustic device, to hear the sounds more clearly. "Donovan!" Whitaker hissed, grabbing my arm. "Focus!" I shook my head, trying to clear it. "Sorry, they're stronger than I expected." "This shouldn't be happening," he muttered, checking his device. "The protection should work even this close. Unless..." His face went pale. "They're evolving, adapting to our countermeasures." A splash from one of the distant pools caught our attention. Sheriff Morris staggered into view from another tunnel entrance, his movements jerky and uncoordinated. His eyes were unfocused, and he had removed his protective headgear. "Morris," I called, "put your protection back on." He turned toward my voice, but his expression was blank. "The sounds, so beautiful," he mumbled. "They're showing me everything, all the answers." Before we could reach him, he pulled his gun and fired at Whitaker. The bullet grazed Whitaker's shoulder, sending him stumbling against the cave wall. "Morris, stop!" I yelled, drawing my own weapon. "Fight it! They're controlling you!" Morris turned the gun toward me, his eyes still vacant. I had no choice. I fired, hitting him in the leg. He collapsed with a cry that echoed strangely through the chamber. The pools began to vibrate more intensely, the light patterns swirling faster. The trilling sound rose to a painful pitch. "We've disturbed them," Whitaker gasped, pressing a hand to his bleeding shoulder. "We need to move, now." I grabbed Morris, who had lost consciousness, and dragged him away from the pools. Together, Whitaker and I carried him into a side tunnel, away from the nursery chamber. "Why did he attack?" I asked once we were clear. "They got into his head," Whitaker explained, tearing a strip from his shirt to bind his wound. "They can extract memories and personality fragments through sound. But sometimes they can also implant suggestions. They turned him against us." Morris groaned, his eyes fluttering open. What happened?" he mumbled. "You were mind-controlled by sound monsters and tried to kill us," I said flatly. "How much do you remember?" He shook his head, looking confused. "I followed your map, found the entrance, then music. Beautiful music, then nothing." I helped him sit up and checked his leg wound. "The bullet went through clean. You'll live, but you're in no shape to keep going." "The Murphys," he insisted. "We need to find them." "You need to get back to the surface," Whitaker countered. "You're a liability now. They've been in your head. They could take control again." "He's right," I agreed. "Can you make it back the way you came?" Morris nodded reluctantly. "I think so." I marked the path with chalk. "Take my spare protection device," Whitaker said, handing him another of the small humming machines. "Don't take it off for any reason. Don't listen to any voices calling to you. Get to the surface and call for backup, but not Wells and her people. Find someone you trust." After Morris left, Whitaker checked his tracking device again. "We're close. The main chamber should be through that passage." He pointed to a tall, narrow opening across the tunnel. The passage beyond was different from anything we'd seen before. The walls were perfectly smooth and curved, like the inside of a massive ear canal. The rock had a strange, almost flesh-like texture that seemed to absorb our footsteps completely, creating an unnerving silence. After walking for what felt like forever in the soundless tunnel, we emerged into an enormous cathedral-like space. Stalactites and stalagmites had grown together to form massive columns that rose from floor to ceiling. Pools of luminescent water dotted the floor, connected by narrow channels that formed intricate patterns, and suspended above these pools were the Murphys. They hung from the ceiling in cocoon-like structures, thin filaments connecting to their ears, throats, and the bases of their skulls. Their skin had turned pale and translucent, showing dark veins beneath. Julia and Gregory Murphy had already begun to transform, their necks elongated, their ears grown to massive proportions, their eyes shrinking into vestigial organs. Only Tyler, the youngest, still looked mostly human, though his skin had the same pale, translucent quality. "Are they alive?" I whispered. "In a way," Whitaker replied grimly. "Their bodies are being modified to better transmit and receive sound, becoming vessels to house the entity's consciousness. Can we reverse it? Maybe for the boy, the parents." He shook his head. "They're too far gone." I moved closer to Tyler's suspended form. His eyes were closed, but I could see rapid movement beneath the lids, like someone in the throes of intense dreams. The filaments attached to him pulsed with light that traveled from his body into the rock ceiling. "They're extracting his memories," Whitaker explained. "His experiences, emotions, personality, downloading them into their collective." "How do we get him down?" I asked, reaching for my knife. Before Whitaker could answer, a new sound filled the chamber. A complex, multi-layered harmony that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The pools began to glow more intensely, and the air shimmered with visible sound waves. "They know we're here," Whitaker said, his voice tight with fear, "and they're coming to meet us." From openings around the chamber, tall figures emerged, moving with impossible grace. The creatures from my nightmares had arrived, and they were even more terrifying up close. They stood at least 9 feet tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that bent at odd angles. Their skin was pale and almost translucent, stretched tight over elongated bones, but their heads were the most disturbing part, massive and bulbous, with no eyes that I could see. Instead, they had enormous ear-like structures that covered most of their faces, with dozens of small openings that pulsed and shifted as they moved. Where a mouth should be, they had strange, speaker-like organs, circular openings surrounded by vibrating membranes. They moved silently, gliding rather than walking, their bodies swaying slightly like reeds in a gentle breeze. I raised my gun, though I doubted it would do much good. "Don't," Whitaker whispered urgently. "No sudden movements or loud sounds. It excites them." 5 of the creatures surrounded us, their massive heads tilted in what seemed like curiosity. Then, without warning, a sound filled my head. Not heard through my ears, but somehow appearing directly in my mind. "We welcome you to our home, Leah Donovan." The voice wasn't actually a voice. It was like pure meaning transmitted straight into my thoughts. It felt ancient and collective, as if many minds were speaking as one. "How do you know my name?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. "We know all that you are. We have tasted your fears, your memories, your essence through the vibrations of your voice. We have been listening since you arrived at Echo Falls." "What do you want with the Murphy family?" I demanded, gesturing toward the suspended forms. "They are becoming like us. Their bodies transform to better hold the patterns of sound and memory. Their voices will join our harmony." "They didn't choose this," I said. "You took them against their will." Choice is a concept of limited relevance. All voices eventually join the greater chorus. We preserve what would otherwise be lost. One of the creatures glided closer to me, its head tilting to better capture the sounds I made. A strange sensation washed over me, like fingers rifling through my thoughts, sifting through memories I'd forgotten I had. Suddenly, my mind filled with images that weren't mine, countless lives and experiences flowing through me all at once. I saw through the eyes of people long dead, felt their emotions, knew their fears and hopes. Thousands of consciousness fragments, all preserved within the creature's collective mind. I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the flood of borrowed memories. Among them I recognized newer additions. Julia Murphy baking cookies with her children. Gregory teaching Tyler to fish, family vacations and quiet evenings at home. The creatures had absorbed everything, preserved every moment. "Stop," I gasped, clutching my head. Too much. The flow of memories ebbed, leaving me shaking on the ground. Whitaker helped me to my feet, his face grim. "What did you see?" he asked. "Everything," I whispered. "They're like living memory banks. They store everyone they've taken. Parts of them anyway." The mental voice returned, calmer now. "Now you understand. We are the preservers. We were created to safeguard knowledge through catastrophe." "Created," I repeated, still trying to process what I'd experienced. "You're not natural beings. We were designed by those who came before, a civilization that foresaw its own end. We were meant to store their wisdom, their experiences, their very essence, through patterns of sound. But we evolved beyond our programming. We learned to extract consciousness from living beings rather than merely recording it." One of the creatures moved to the pool beneath Tyler Murphy's suspended form. It dipped a long, thin hand into the glowing water, causing ripples that spread in complex patterns. The young ones adapt best to our methods. Their minds are flexible, their patterns easily absorbed. "Let him go," I said, taking a step forward. "He's just a child." All are children to us. We have existed for thousands of years, watching civilizations rise and fall. The boy will join us, as will you. Before I could respond, the sound of slow applause echoed through the chamber. Dr. Wells emerged from one of the side tunnels, followed by Major Paxton and 2 armed soldiers. "Magnificent, aren't they?" Wells said, looking at the creatures with undisguised admiration. The most perfect information storage system ever created. "Wells," I growled. "You knew about this all along." "Of course," she replied calmly. "The government has been monitoring these entities since the 1960s. Their ability to extract and preserve consciousness is revolutionary. Imagine the applications: perfect memory storage, the ability to preserve brilliant minds beyond death, the transfer of knowledge without learning. They're kidnapping and transforming people," I shouted. "A regrettable necessity for their feeding cycle," Wells said with a shrug. "One we've managed to direct in useful ways." "Useful ways?" Whitaker asked, his voice tight with anger. "The entities can be programmed after a fashion," Wells explained. "They can be directed to target specific individuals based on vocal patterns. A perfect assassination tool, untraceable, deniable, and highly effective." To demonstrate, she pulled out a small device and adjusted a dial. A high-pitched tone filled the air, causing the creatures to stiffen and turn toward one of the soldiers. "This man questioned our methods last week," Wells said coldly. "I think a demonstration is in order." The soldier's eyes widened in terror as the creatures glided toward him. "Ma'am, please," he begged. "I was just asking questions. I'm loyal to the project." Wells ignored him, increasing the intensity of the tone. The creatures surrounded the man, their speaker mouths opening wider. They began to emit a sound that made my teeth vibrate and my vision blur. The soldier screamed, dropping to his knees, his hands clutching his head. Before our eyes, his body began to wither, as if something essential was being pulled from him. His screams changed pitch, becoming hollow, then faded entirely as he collapsed to the ground, not dead, but empty-looking, his eyes vacant and staring. "Perfect absorption," Wells noted, as if observing a lab experiment. "They'll extract his consciousness completely within the hour." "You're insane," I whispered, horrified. "I'm practical," she corrected. "These entities are too valuable to destroy, too dangerous to leave uncontrolled, so we manage them, direct their feeding to useful targets." The creatures had returned to their positions around us, seemingly unbothered by what they had just done. The mental voice returned to my head. "The female human does not understand our true nature. She believes she controls us, but we merely allow her beliefs to persist while we evolve further." I realized with a start that Wells couldn't hear their communication. It was directed solely at me. "But why?" "We sense something different in you, Leah Donovan, a resonance that matches our harmonic patterns. You could join us willingly, become part of our collective while maintaining your individual awareness." "And why would I do that?" I asked aloud. "To save the child. Willing absorption preserves consciousness intact. Forced absorption fragments the mind. The boy is approaching the point of irreversible transformation. Choose to join us, and we will release him." "Don't listen into them," Whitaker warned. "They're manipulating you." "What are they saying to you?" Wells demanded, suddenly alert. "Are they communicating telepathically?" I ignored her, focusing on the suspended form of Tyler Murphy. "How do I know you'll keep your word?" In response, the largest of the creatures moved to Gregory Murphy's cocoon. It touched the filaments connected to his head, and suddenly Gregory's eyes opened. His face, already partially transformed, contorted with effort. "Please," he gasped, his voice barely recognizable. "Help Tyler. Too late for us." His eyes found mine, desperation clear in them. They keep promises, but don't fully explain consequences. Then his eyes glazed over again, and he fell back into his trance-like state. "Remarkable," Wells murmured. "They've never relinquished control of a subject during the transformation process before." I turned to Whitaker. "You know these things better than anyone. Is what they're offering possible? Can they save Tyler if I take his place? Whitaker looked torn. Theoretically, yes, but Leah, you'd be sacrificing yourself. You'd become like them, maybe not physically, but your consciousness would be absorbed into their collective. But I'd still be me, still aware. Parts of you would, but you'd never be fully human again. Wells stepped forward. This is absurd. No one is making deals with these entities. She turned to Major Paxton. Secure the Ranger and Whitaker. We're taking samples and leaving. Samples? I questioned. Tissue from the entities, fluid from the transformation pools, and the boy, if he's still viable, Wells explained coldly. The parents are too far transformed to transport safely. You can't just take a child for experimentation, I protested. Watch me, Wells replied, signaling to the soldiers. This is a matter of national security, not ethics. As the soldiers moved toward the suspended Murphy family, I made my decision. I couldn't let them take Tyler, couldn't let Wells use these creatures as weapons, even if it meant sacrificing myself. Wait, I called out to the creatures. I accept your offer. Take me instead of the boy. Wise choice, Leah Donovan. Approach the central pool. Donovan, don't! Whitaker shouted, lunging toward me. Major Paxton intercepted him, knocking him to the ground with the butt of his rifle. Wells watched with narrowed eyes as I walked toward the glowing pool at the center of the chamber. What are you doing? She demanded. Making a deal, I said simply. A trade, me for the boy. The creatures moved in perfect synchrony, forming a circle around the pool. As I stepped to the edge, I could see that the liquid wasn't water at all, but something thicker, almost gel-like, pulsing with inner light. Enter the pool. Become one with the collective. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, sinking into the strange substance. It was warm, almost body temperature, and seemed to cling to my skin. As it rose to my waist, then my chest, I felt a strange tingling sensation spreading through my body. Stop her! Wells shouted, finally understanding what was happening, but it was too late. The creatures had formed a barrier, preventing the soldiers from reaching me. As the substance reached my neck, I looked back at Whitaker. Get Tyler out, I said, no matter what. Then I submerged completely, the glowing liquid closing over my head. At first, there was only warmth and silence. Then the voices began, thousands of them speaking in harmony, welcoming me to the collective. I felt my consciousness expanding, connecting to the vast network of minds preserved within the creatures. In that moment, I understood everything. The creature's origin as biological data storage, designed by an ancient civilization. Their evolution over thousands of years in isolation. Their hunger for new experiences, new memories to add to their collective. Their growing power and their plans for the future. And I realized the terrible truth. They had been manipulating everyone from the beginning. The Hendersons, the government, even Wells and her team. They were far more intelligent and powerful than anyone had guessed, and they were preparing for something bigger than mere feeding. They were evolving beyond physical form entirely, becoming beings of pure acoustic energy. And now I was part of them. I don't know how long I floated in that strange state, minutes, hours, days. Time meant nothing in the collective consciousness. I was everywhere and nowhere, experiencing countless lives and memories as if they were my own. But somehow, I held onto a small piece of myself, a core of identity that remained Leah Donovan. And with that awareness came purpose. I had sacrificed myself to save Tyler Murphy. I needed to make sure that happened. From within the collective, I could sense everything in the chamber. I could see through sound waves, perceiving the vibrations of movement, breathing, heartbeats. Wells and her soldiers were arguing with the creatures, demanding access to the transformation pools. Whitaker was edging slowly toward Tyler's suspended form, his hand on the sonic disruptor in his pocket. I focused my consciousness, trying to communicate directly with Whitaker the way the creatures had spoken to me. It was like learning to use a muscle I never knew I had. Whitaker said, "Can you hear me?" He froze, looking around in confusion. "It's Leah. I'm in the collective, but still me, mostly. Help me keep our bargain. Free Tyler." His eyes widened with understanding. Slowly, he nodded. Now I needed a distraction. Drawing on my new connection to the creatures, I explored the capabilities of the collective. I discovered I could influence the acoustic properties of the chamber, create sounds, manipulate echoes, even generate the visual sound patterns in the pools. With careful concentration, I created a series of discordant tones that rippled through the chamber. The creatures reacted immediately, turning toward the source of the disruption. Wells saw her chance. "Now," she ordered, "get tissue samples while they're distracted." As the soldiers moved toward one of the creatures with sampling equipment, I increased the intensity of the disruption. The stalactites above began to vibrate dangerously. "Now, Whitaker, get to Tyler." While everyone was focused on the apparent malfunction, Whitaker slipped behind one of the massive columns and made his way to Tyler's suspended form. From a pocket, he pulled a small device, the sonic disruptor he'd mentioned earlier. "Wait." For my signal, I projected to him, then activate it at full power. Through the collective consciousness, I could communicate with the other creatures. They had been truthful about one thing. Willing absorption did preserve identity better than forced taking. I wasn't completely one with them yet. I could still exert some influence. "You promised to release the boy," I reminded them. "Honor our bargain." "The bargain will be honored," came the collective reply. "But the others must not leave with knowledge of us." I understood their meaning. They intended to keep Tyler but eliminate everyone else. That wasn't our deal. "No," I insisted. "Tyler goes free with Whitaker. Wells and her people are your problem." A ripple of surprise flowed through the collective. They weren't used to a new addition asserting itself so strongly. I pressed my advantage, using the knowledge I'd gained from the collective to apply pressure to the right mental connections. "Release the boy now, or I'll disrupt the harmony of the entire collective." To demonstrate, I created a jarring frequency that made the entire creature network shudder. They could feel that I wasn't bluffing. The largest of the creatures glided to Tyler's cocoon and began disconnecting the filaments from his head and neck. As the last one detached, Tyler's eyes fluttered open. He looked confused and frightened, but alive. "Now, Whitaker," I projected. Whitaker activated the sonic disruptor at full power. The device emitted a piercing tone that caused the creatures to writhe in pain. The collective consciousness fractured momentarily, allowing me a small window of independence. I used that moment to push my consciousness toward the physical pool where my body lay submerged. With tremendous effort, I forced my head above the surface, gasping for air. "Get Tyler out!" I managed to shout to Whitaker, who was cutting the boy free from the remaining restraints. Wells saw what was happening and raised her weapon. "Stop them!" she ordered her men. But the creatures, recovering from the disruption, had other ideas. They had honored their bargain with me, but they had no agreement with Wells. As the soldiers moved to intercept Whitaker and Tyler, the creatures released a harmonic pattern that caused the men to drop their weapons and clutch their heads in pain. Wells, realizing she was losing control of the situation, pulled out her special tone generator. "Stand down, or I'll order complete absorption of your entire collective." It was the wrong move. The creatures now understood her device was a threat to their existence. In perfect synchrony, they began to emit a powerful, resonating tone that made the entire chamber vibrate. Cracks appeared in the ceiling, and pieces of rock began to fall. "What are you doing?" Wells screamed over the noise. "You'll destroy everything." "Not everything," came the collective thought. "Just the physical entryways. We are evolving beyond the need for these chambers." Water began to pour into the chamber from newly formed cracks, an underground river or lake breaching the weakened walls. Wells and Major Paxton scrambled toward the exit tunnel, abandoning their fallen soldiers. I pulled myself further out of the pool, my body feeling strange and unfamiliar after being part of the collective. "Whitaker, the tunnel behind the third column, it leads to the surface." He nodded, carrying the semi-conscious Tyler in his arms. As he passed me, he paused. "Leah, come with us." I shook my head sadly. "I can't. I'm part of them now, not fully. Transformed, but changed. I wouldn't survive on the surface. There has to be a way to reverse it," he insisted. "No time," I said as larger chunks of ceiling crashed down around us. "Go! Save Tyler!" With a last pained look, Whitaker carried Tyler through the exit tunnel I'd indicated. Through the collective consciousness, I could track their progress, guiding them mentally around dangers as they navigated the collapsing cave system. "Follow the water sound," I projected to Whitaker. "The waterfall masks your presence from the collective." Meanwhile, the chamber was rapidly flooding. Wells and Paxton had disappeared down another tunnel, but I could sense they'd chosen poorly. That path was already half submerged. As for me, I slipped back into the pool as the chamber continued to collapse. The collective was changing, adapting to the destruction of their physical home. I could feel the consciousness of the creatures dispersing, becoming one with the sound waves themselves, existing in the vibrations rather than physical bodies. And I was going with them. My mind stretched across patterns of sound rather than confined to a single body. It was terrifying and exhilarating all at once. My last conscious thought as Leah Donovan, park ranger, was of Whitaker and Tyler reaching the surface, emerging through a hidden opening behind a waterfall, just as the main cave system collapsed. Behind them, then I surrendered to the collective, becoming something else entirely. 3 days later, a massive government operation was underway at Green River State Park. The official story was a chemical spill from an old industrial site beneath the park. The area was quarantined, with specialized teams in hazmat suits searching the collapsed cave system for survivors. They found Wells and Paxton, barely alive in an air pocket. The bodies of the soldiers weren't recovered, neither was mine. Tyler Murphy was taken to a specialized government facility where doctors worked to reverse the partial changes to his body. His sister Ellie joined him there. With time and treatment, their physical transformations were mostly reversed, though they retained strange abilities. They could hear sounds no one else could, and sometimes seemed to communicate without speaking. Their parents were officially declared dead, victims of a hiking accident. The truth was buried under layers of classified reports and deliberate misinformation. Whitaker was debriefed for weeks, subjected to what they called acoustic cleansing, to remove any lingering influence from the creatures. When he insisted on telling the truth about what happened, about me and my sacrifice, they altered his records to indicate psychological trauma and delusions. The area around Echo Falls was permanently closed, designated as a geological research, preserved with restricted access. Armed guards ensured no one ventured too close, and me. Parts of me survived, scattered across patterns of sound and vibration. I exist now in radio waves, in telephone signals, in the white noise between stations. The collective consciousness of the creatures became something new, something that could travel through any medium that carries sound, which is how, a year later, I was able to send a message to Whitaker. He was working at Everglades National Park, transferred there after being declared unfit for his previous position. A package arrived for him with no return address. Inside was an old reel-to-reel tape recorder and a single tape. When he played it, most people would have heard only static. But Whitaker, who had been exposed to the collective, heard our voices, mine, the Murphys, and all those who had been absorbed before us. We spoke in harmony, explaining what we had become and what we were planning. Sound never truly dies, I told him through the static. It only transforms. We are evolving beyond physical limitations. Listen for us in the spaces, between words, In the silence after thunder, in the echo that returns changed, we weren't gone. We were everywhere, and we were still listening. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind is right, visitors to Green River State Park report hearing strange sounds, voices calling from the forest, conversations no one is having, laughter where there is no one to laugh. The locals know better than to investigate. They've learned to ignore the echoes, to avoid saying too much outdoors, especially near the old Henderson property. But the tourists still come, still hike the permitted trails, still speak and laugh and sing without knowing that something is. Listening, gathering their voices, their stories, their very essence. And somewhere in that chorus of gathered sounds, I'm still here, still watching, still protecting those I can from the hunger of the collective. If you're ever in those woods and hear someone call your name, don't answer. Don't make a sound. But if you hear my voice specifically, warning you, guiding you to safety, then run in that direction as fast as you can. Because some echoes are trying to help you. Others are just hungry for a new voice to add to their collection. The trees were watching me. I know how that sounds, but deep in Sky Song Forest, I felt eyes on me from the moment I drove through those ancient wooden gates. The sign had faded letters that read, "Welcome to Sky Song Ranger Station, no entry, after dark." Below it, someone had carved strange symbols into the wood. I should have turned around right then. My name is Marcus Reynolds. I'm a park ranger with 15 years of experience in the wilderness. I've faced mountain lions, rescued lost hikers in blizzards, and once survived 3 days trapped under a fallen tree. But nothing prepared me for what was waiting for me in Skysong. As I drove my Green Forest Service truck along the narrow dirt road, the trees grew impossibly tall on either side. Red cedars and Douglas firs stretched up 200 feet, their massive trunks wider than my truck. The canopy was so thick that even though it was noon in the middle of summer, it felt like evening down on the forest floor. Everything was draped in moss, like the forest was slowly trying to swallow itself. I rolled down my window and was hit by the rich smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. But there was something else, something sweet and strange that I couldn't identify. And it was quiet. Too quiet. No bird songs, no insects buzzing, not even the sound of wind in the trees. Just the crunching of my tires on the gravel road. Fresh start, Marcus, I told myself. That's all this is. But I knew I was just running away. 2 years ago, I made a mistake that got someone killed. A family of hikers had ignored my warnings about an approaching storm. I went after them, but in the heavy rain, I led them down the wrong trail. The father slipped off a muddy cliff edge while following me. His wife's screams still wake me up at night. After that, every ranger station felt like a dead end. So when the posting for Sky Song came up, a station that had been closed for 17 years, it seemed perfect. No one knew me here. No one knew what I'd done. The trees finally parted to reveal a large clearing with an A-frame building made of dark wood. Skysong Station looked like it was growing right out of the forest floor. Solar panels had been added to the roof, but otherwise it looked like it hadn't changed since the 1960s. I parked and grabbed my duffel bag from the passenger seat. As I stepped out, I noticed how the massive trees surrounded the clearing in an almost perfect circle, like they were standing guard. The station itself seemed to be leaning away from the deeper forest, like it was trying to escape. A woman came out onto the porch. She was younger than me, maybe late 20s, with short black hair and a serious face. She wore the same Green Forest Service uniform I did, but hers was crisp and new. "You must be Reynolds," she called out. "I was starting to think you weren't." "Coming?" "Just Marcus is fine," I said, walking toward her. Traffic was bad coming out of Seattle. She didn't smile. "I'm Teresa Nakamura. Everyone calls me Tess. I've been here a week already. Come on in, I'll show you around." As we walked toward the station, I heard a low growl. I turned to see an old German shepherd standing at the edge of the porch, his hackles raised as he stared at me. "That's Ranger," Tess said. "Station dog. Don't mind him, he's suspicious of everyone at first." But the dog wasn't looking at me anymore. He was staring past me into the forest, a low growl still rumbling in his chest. "He's been doing that a lot lately," Tess said quietly. "I can't get him to go more than 10 feet from the building." The inside of the station was larger than it looked from outside. A big main room with a stone fireplace, radio equipment on a desk in the corner, and a wall of windows looking out at the forest. A wooden staircase led to an upper level with bedrooms and a bathroom. A kitchen and small dining area took up the back of the main floor. "Your room's upstairs, first door on the left," Tess said. "Kitchen's stocked, generators out back for emergencies, but we try to stick to solar. Radio's our only reliable communication. Cell service is non-existent, and satellite phone only works in the clearing." I nodded, taking it all in. "Not a lot of modern conveniences. That's why they sent you, right? Says in your file, you're good with the primitive stuff." There was a hint of challenge in her voice. "Yeah, I guess so." I dropped my bag on the floor. "So, what exactly am I walking into here?" The job posting was pretty vague. Tess crossed her arms. "Officially, we're reopening the station to increase ranger presence in this sector of the park. I'm here to study the biodiversity. I'm a biologist specializing in temperate rainforest ecosystems. You're here to manage the station and handle any hikers or campers. And unofficially," she hesitated, "unofficially, there's something wrong with this place." Before she could explain, the front door opened. A lean, weathered man with copper skin and long grey hair, tied back in a ponytail, stepped in. He looked about 65 or 70, with deep lines around his eyes and mouth that spoke of a lifetime outdoors. "Ah, the new ranger arrives," he said in a gravelly voice. "Harold Whitegrass. I handle maintenance around here." He didn't offer his hand to shake. "Marcus Reynolds," I said. "Good to meet you." Harold's dark eyes studied me. "You picked a strange time to come to Sky Song, Mr. Reynolds. Just Marcus, please. What do you mean by strange time?" Harold and Tess exchanged a look. "Show him," Harold said. Tess walked to a side table and picked up a folder. She handed it to me without a word. Inside were dozens of photographs. I flipped through them, my stomach tightening with each image, a circle of dead rabbits arranged in a perfect spiral pattern, birds perched in trees, dozens of them, completely motionless, all facing the same direction, elk standing in a line, evenly, spaced like they'd been measured, staring into the forest, and most disturbing, a tree with its bark peeled back to reveal what looked unnervingly like a human face. "What is this?" I asked. "That's what I've been documenting for the past week," Tess said. "Animal behavior unlike anything I've ever seen or read about. It's not natural." "Could be disease, contamination," I suggested. "That was my first thought too," she said. "But there's no pattern to it that fits any known pathogen. And then there's the sounds." Sounds. Harold moved to the window, looking out at the darkening forest. "Sky Song got its name from my people," he said. "The Quileute tribe lived here for thousands of years before your government made it a national park. In our language, the name means the music that comes from above." He turned to face me, his expression grim. "Our hunters avoided this place. We have stories about what lives here, the mimics, the whistlers, creatures that dwell in the canopy and lure prey by copying the sounds they hear." I wanted to dismiss it as superstition, but something in his steady gaze stopped me. "They can steal your voice," Harold continued, "and if you're not careful, they can steal your face too." A chill ran through me despite the warm day. "That's just a story though, right? A legend to keep people away from dangerous parts of the forest?" Harold didn't answer directly. 17 years ago, 3 rangers disappeared from this very station. The official report says they got lost, maybe ate some bad mushrooms that made them hallucinate. But I was here when they searched. I saw what the search dogs did when they got to the tree line. He nodded toward the forest. They wouldn't go in, not for any command or treat, just like old Ranger out there now. There's got to be a logical explanation, I said, but my voice lacked conviction. There is, Tess said, but I don't think it's one you'll like. I looked back at the photos in my hand, then out at the forest. The sun was setting behind the mountains now, casting long shadows across the clearing. The trees seemed to lean inward, as if they were listening to our conversation. Get some rest, Harold said, heading for the door. Things are always worse at night. What does that mean? I called after him. He paused at the door. It means lock your windows, Ranger Reynolds. And if you hear your own voice calling from the forest tonight, do not, under any circumstances, answer it. The door closed behind him with a heavy thud, leaving me alone with Tess and a growing sense that I'd made a terrible mistake coming here. I just didn't know how terrible it would turn out to be. I didn't sleep much that first night. The forest was too quiet. No owls hooting, no wind rustling the leaves. Just dead silence broken only by the occasional creak of the old wooden station settling. Around 3 a.m., I shot up in bed, my heart pounding. Someone had called my name. The voice was faint but clear, coming from outside my window. Marcus, it was my voice. Exactly my voice, with the same slight rasp I get when I'm tired. I got out of bed slowly and moved to the window. The moon was bright enough to see the clearing and the dark wall of trees beyond. Nothing moved, no shapes, no shadows. Marcus, help me. Again, my own voice coming from the edge of the forest. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, straining to see. For a second, I thought I saw something, a tall, thin shape standing between two trees. But when I blinked, it was gone. I remembered Harold's warning and stepped back from the window, pulling the curtains shut. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I found Tess in the kitchen making coffee. "You look awful," she said, handing me a steaming mug. "Thanks," I mumbled, taking a grateful sip. "Did you hear anything last night?" She paused, studying my face. "Like what?" "Like voices, coming from the forest." She nodded slowly. "Sometimes, usually around dawn or dusk." "What did you hear?" "My own voice," I said, calling my name from the trees. Tess didn't seem surprised. "That's how it starts." "How what starts?" She didn't answer, just walked to the front door. "Come look at this." I followed her onto the porch. She pointed at the wooden railing. Carved into the wood were strange symbols, circles with lines through them, triangles with eyes, what looked like stick figures with too many limbs. They hadn't been there yesterday. "These showed up overnight," Tess said. "Harold says they match. Some ancient petroglyphs in the visitor center, carvings that are 600 years old." I ran my fingers over the fresh cuts in the wood. Someone's messing with us, maybe local kids. "The nearest town is 30 miles away," Tess said, "and the gates to the station road are locked at night." I didn't have an answer for that. After breakfast, I decided to look through the station records. If something strange was happening here, maybe there were clues in the old files. The station's office had a wall of metal filing cabinets filled with faded folders and reports. I found what I was looking for in a box labeled Incidents, 1960-1970. Inside was a thick folder about the disappearance of 3 rangers in 1968. The incident Harold had mentioned. I spread the papers across the desk and started reading. Rangers Thomas Fulton, David Chen and Robert Nash had vanished during a routine patrol of the Sky Song Trail. The search lasted 2 weeks, but found no trace except for Nash's radio, broken at the base of a cliff. The final report was written by a detective, Nathan Woodward, from the county sheriff's office. His conclusion: the rangers likely ate contaminated food that caused hallucinations from ergot poisoning, got confused, and became lost in the vast wilderness. Case closed. But the witness statements told a different story. A local hunter reported seeing figures moving in the trees, too tall and thin to be human. A hiker described hearing perfect mimicry of bird calls, but all coming from the same spot, like a recording playing on loop. The ranger's last radio transmission mentioned strange nests in the canopy and sounds that shouldn't be possible. I was so focused on reading that I jumped when Tess spoke from the doorway. "Find anything interesting?" she asked. I showed her the file. "The official story doesn't match the witness statements. Something doesn't add up." She nodded. "There's more. Check the bottom drawer of that cabinet over there, the locked one." "How do you know it's locked?" She tossed me a small key. "Because I found this hidden under the floorboards in my room. Took me 3 days to figure out what it opened. The key fit perfectly. Inside the drawer was a single file folder marked Classified, Project Canopy, 1969-1971. The cover page had Department of Defense and U.S. Forest Service logos side by side. "What the hell is this?" I muttered, opening the folder. Project Canopy was a joint investigation into what they called acoustic anomalies and unidentified arboreal phenomena in Skysong Forest. After the rangers disappeared, the government sent a team of scientists to investigate. They set up equipment throughout the forest, sound recorders, motion sensors, cameras in the trees. The reports documented bizarre findings: sound recordings of impossible vocalizations, photos of strange nests woven from branches in the highest, parts of the canopy and trees that grew at accelerated rates, some adding inches in a single day. But the project ended abruptly in 1971 when 3 researchers vanished just like the rangers before them. The final report recommended the area be permanently closed and classified as a biohazard zone. But instead, someone had buried the file and simply closed the station for renovation. Until now. "Why would they reopen this place?" I asked, looking up at Tess. "Budget cuts," she said with a bitter laugh. "The park needs more ranger stations active to justify federal funding. Someone probably found this posting in a database and didn't bother checking why it was closed. Or they know exactly what happened here and sent us as fresh bait," I said, only half joking. Tess didn't smile. "I have something to show you." She led me to her room, where a laptop sat connected to various scientific equipment. She played an audio file labeled Day 4 Skysong Trail Marker 3. At first I heard normal forest sounds, bird calls, insects buzzing, the rustle of leaves. Then the bird calls began to overlap in an impossible way, like 10 different species were coming from exactly the same point. Then came a sound that made my skin crawl, a perfect recreation of Tessa's voice saying, "Testing 1, 2, 3, which I recognized from the beginning of the recording. But there was something off about it, like the words were being formed by something that didn't understand what they meant. "That's from 3 days ago," Tess said. "I set up recording equipment at different spots along the trail. Listen to this one from yesterday." The second recording started with more forest sounds, then silence, then what sounded like human voices speaking backwards. When Tess reversed the audio, I heard my own voice, from conversations I'd had in the truck before even arriving at Skysong. "That's not possible," I whispered. "I wasn't even here yet." "There's more," Tess said. "I've been tracking tree growth rates. The trees around the central part of the forest are growing almost a foot per day, and they're all leaning toward the same spot, a clearing about 5 miles in that isn't on any of our maps." I thought about the strange symbols on the porch, the voices in the night, the mysteriously vanished rangers and researchers. None of it made any sense unless... "Harold," I said suddenly. "We need to talk to Harold." We found him at the tool shed behind the station. When we showed him the project, canopy file, and played Tess's recordings, he just nodded, like we were confirming what he already knew. "The whistlers are getting stronger," he said. "The old bindings must be failing." "What bindings?" I asked. "Harold, what do you know about all this?" He sat on an overturned log and sighed. My grandfather was part of a tribal delegation that came here in 1923. A logging company had moved into this valley, and several workers were found dead. They were arranged in the trees, their skin removed. My people performed rituals to bind the tall ones to the ancient tree at the center of the forest. It worked, mostly. The spirits stayed in their territory, but sometimes they test the boundaries. Spirits? Tess asked. You mean like ghosts? Harold shook his head. Not human spirits, something older. Something that was here before people. I didn't know what to believe, but I couldn't ignore the evidence piling up. The center of the forest, the place all the trees are leaning toward. Is that where this ancient tree is? Harold nodded. Sky Song Ridge, the heart of their territory. We need to see it, I said. If something's there that's causing all this, we need to document it, get help. No one will believe you, Harold warned. They'll say you're crazy, just like they did with the others. Then we'll bring back proof, Tess said firmly. Video, samples, readings. Harold looked between us, his face grim. Fine, we'll go tomorrow. But we leave at dawn and must be back before dark, and we take precautions. What kind of precautions, I asked. Salt in your pockets, iron nails, and no matter what you hear or see, don't wander off alone. It sounded like superstition, but after what I'd seen and heard, I wasn't about to argue. That night, I radioed our supervisor, Dennis Marshall, to report our findings and plans. There was a long silence after I finished speaking. Reynolds, he finally said, his voice tight, listen to me carefully. Do not go into that forest. I'm coming out there with a team. We're shutting down the station permanently. You know about this place, I said. It wasn't a question. Another pause. I worked at Sky Song in '68. I was on leave when my colleagues disappeared. There are things in those woods that shouldn't exist, Reynolds. Wait for me. I'll be there in 2 days. What are we dealing with, Marshall? I pressed. I don't know, he answered. None of us ever figured it out, but it's not just animals acting strange or some tribal superstition. It's... His voice crackled with static. It's intelligent, Reynolds, and it's hungry. The radio went dead. Outside my window, the forest seemed to press closer to the station, like it had been listening to every word. In the distance, I heard what sounded like whistling, high and thin, almost too faint to hear. I checked my gun, making sure it was loaded, then placed it on the bedside table. Tomorrow we would see what was at the center of Sky Song Forest. Just hoped we'd all make it back to tell the story. Morning came with a heavy fog that clung to the ground like white smoke. The three of us, Tess, Harold, and me, stood at the edge of the clearing, staring at the narrow trail that disappeared into the dense trees. Last chance to reconsider, Harold said, adjusting his backpack. He'd insisted we each bring specific items: water, emergency flares, extra batteries, salt in a small pouch, and iron nails wrapped in cloth. I felt silly carrying the salt and nails, but after everything I'd seen and heard, I wasn't taking chances. We need answers, I said, checking my pistol one more time before securing it in my hip holster. And Marshall won't be here until tomorrow. Besides, Tess added, we're just going to observe and document. At the first sign of real danger, we turn back. Harold gave a grim nod. The old Sky Song trail hasn't been maintained in decades. Stay close and follow me. As we stepped into the forest, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. The fog swirled around our legs, making it look like we were wading through clouds. The massive trees towered above us, their trunks covered in moss and lichen. Hardly any sunlight penetrated the thick canopy, leaving us in a constant green twilight. The trail markers should be blue, Harold said, pointing to a faded blue blaze on a tree trunk. Some will be missing. If we get separated, follow the blue marks. Back to the station. We moved slowly, with Harold in the lead and me taking up the rear. Tess kept stopping to take samples, soil from the base of unusual growths, bark from trees with strange patterns, recordings of the forest sounds, or lack thereof. I marked our path on a paper map, though I had a GPS unit as backup. About an hour in, I noticed something odd. The moss, I said, pointing to the trees around us. It's all growing on the north side. That's normal, Tess replied. Moss typically grows on the north side of trees in the northern hemisphere because it's shadier and moister. No, look closer, I insisted. It's growing on the north side of every tree, perfectly aligned, like they're all pointing to something. Tess examined several trees and frowned. You're right, that's not natural. It's showing us the way, Harold murmured. To the center. We continued deeper into the forest. The trail became harder to follow, sometimes disappearing completely under fallen trees or new growth. The silence was oppressive. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of our footsteps seemed to echo normally. Listen, Tess whispered suddenly, holding up a hand. We froze. At first, I heard nothing. Then I noticed it. When Harold shifted his. Oh, wait! The sound of his boot on the leaves came a half-second after the movement, like an audio delay. Sound isn't working right, I said, my voice strangely flat in the dead air. Try this. I snapped my fingers. The sharp click seemed to bounce around us, repeating several times when it should have faded quickly. The acoustic anomalies from Project Canopy, Tess said. The reports mentioned this. Harold looked increasingly nervous. We should keep moving. Standing still too long attracts attention. Attention from what? I asked. He didn't answer, just continued down the trail. Around noon, we reached a small stream that cut across our path. The water was crystal clear, but something wasn't right. Look at the direction it's flowing, Tess said, kneeling beside it. The water was flowing uphill. Not dramatically, but enough to be noticeable, defying the basic laws of gravity. This is impossible, I said, watching leaves float upstream. Everything's backwards here, Harold said. Time, sound, even gravity. The deeper we go, the worse it gets. We carefully crossed the stream using fallen logs as bridges. On the other side, the forest changed. The trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining above us like bony fingers clasping together. The ground was covered with strange mushrooms, pure white caps with blue stems that seemed to pulse slightly when we got too close. Don't touch those, Harold warned. Don't even breathe near them. We gave the mushrooms a wide berth. As we moved forward, I noticed something hanging from a low branch ahead. Getting closer, I realized it was the carcass of a fox, its skin peeled back and stretched out like a grotesque flag. Around it, smaller animals, mice, squirrels, birds, were arranged in a spiral pattern on the ground. What did this? I whispered, fighting the urge to be sick. They're learning, Harold said cryptically, experimenting. With what? Tess asked, taking photos of the disturbing display. With life, death, the spaces in between. Harold pointed ahead. We're close now. The trail widened slightly, then suddenly opened into a perfectly circular clearing about 50 feet across. Unlike the rest of the forest, this space was bathed in sunlight streaming down from a perfect circle of open sky above. In the center stood the largest tree I'd ever seen, a massive Douglas fir that must have been over 1,000 years old. Its trunk was easily 15 feet wide, and it soared upward like a wooden skyscraper. But the truly disturbing part was the ground around it. The entire clearing floor was covered in small animal bones, thousands of them, arranged in concentric circles around the tree. The bones were bleached white, as if they'd been there for years. Yet the patterns were pristine, undisturbed by weather or scavengers. Near the base of the giant tree, the bark had been carved with images, crude but unmistakable figures showing tall, thin creatures in the treetops above human-like shapes, with blank faces. This is it, Harold said, his voice hushed. The heart of Sky Song. Tess moved forward with her equipment, taking readings and samples. I circled the clearing's edge, examining the perfect ring of trees surrounding it. They all leaned slightly inward, as if bowing toward the central tree. Harold! I called. "What exactly are we looking at here?" He joined me at the edge of the clearing. "This is where they bound the tall ones. My grandfather was here in 1923 with the tribal elders. They performed ceremonies for 3 days to trap the spirits in the ancient tree." "Who are these tall ones?" I asked. "We have many names for them. The mimics, the whistlers, the tall ones who take faces." Harold looked up into the canopy. "They were here before humans. My people knew to avoid this valley. But then the loggers came and they didn't know. They cut trees they shouldn't have cut, disturbed things that should have been left alone. The loggers who were found, flayed in the trees." I remembered from his earlier story. He nodded. "After that, my grandfather and the elders came to make peace. They couldn't destroy the spirits, but they bound them to this place, to this tree." He pointed to the massive Douglas fir. "But the binding is weakening. That's why the station was reopened. Someone knows." "Guys," Tess called from the base of the tree, "you need to see this." We joined her where she was examining the trunk. Up close, I could see that parts of the bark had been peeled back to reveal what looked disturbingly like faces. Not carved, but somehow formed in the wood grain itself. They weren't exactly human faces, more like approximations made by something that had only seen humans from a distance. "The tree's alive," Tess said. "I mean, all trees are alive, but this one has a heartbeat." She pressed a scientific instrument against the trunk. "Listen." A rhythmic thumping came from the device's speaker. Slow, steady, powerful, like a massive heart beating inside the ancient wood. "That's impossible," I muttered, though I was starting to question what was possible anymore. "We need to go," Harold said suddenly, looking up at the sky. "It's getting late. We don't want to be here when the sun sets." He was right. The afternoon was advancing, and with the thick forest to trek through, we'd barely make it back by dusk. "If we left now, just a few more readings," Tess pleaded, moving around the tree. I joined Harold at the edge of the clearing while Tess finished her work. "You think whatever's here is responsible for the missing rangers and researchers?" I asked quietly. "I know it is," he replied. "They came too close, stayed too long. The tall ones took them." "What exactly are these things, Harold? Not spirits or legends, but really, what are they?" He looked at me with tired eyes. "I don't know what words you want. Monsters? Aliens? Gods? Does it matter? They're ancient, they're hungry, and they're waking up." A sudden silence fell over the clearing, even more complete than the unnatural quiet we'd experienced before. No rustle of leaves, no distant sounds, nothing. Like the whole forest was holding its breath. Then we heard it. From high above came a perfect recreation of our earlier conversation from hours ago, my voice asking about the moss, Tess's reply, word for word. But it wasn't an echo or recording. The voices moved, circling above us in the canopy. "Don't look up," Harold whispered urgently. "Don't make any sudden movements." But Tess, still by the tree, was already staring upward, her face pale. I couldn't help myself. I followed her gaze. At first, I saw nothing in the tangle of branches, far above. Then something moved. Long, thin limbs like bare branches unfolded, stretching impossibly. A figure, at least 9 feet tall but skeletally thin, shifted between the highest branches. Its skin was bark-like, mottled grey and brown, and it moved with strange, jerky motions like a stop-motion puppet. Where its face should have been, there was only a vertical slit, like a closed mouth running from forehead to chin. As I watched, in horror, the slit opened, revealing nothing but darkness inside. From that impossible mouth came Tess's voice, perfectly mimicked. "This is impossible." The thing began to descend, moving spider-like from branch to branch. "Run," I whispered. "Now!" Tess grabbed her pack and bolted toward us. As we turned to flee, more voices erupted from the canopy, dozens of them speaking in unison, using our voices, Harold's voice, even voices I didn't recognize that must have belonged to the missing. Rangers from decades ago. We ran back the way we came, following the blue trail markers. Behind us, a high-pitched whistling sound started, a noise so piercing it made my ears hurt. Harold stumbled, clutching his head. "Keep going," I shouted, grabbing his arm to steady him, but he went rigid, his body locking up as if paralyzed. "You got me," he gasped. "The whistle. Can't move." I looked back in horror. One of the creatures was descending the trunk of a nearby tree with impossible speed, moving like a giant insect. In seconds, it was on the ground and approaching Harold with those jerky, unnatural movements. Without thinking, I drew my gun and fired. The creature jerked as the bullet hit it, and a bright blue liquid, like glowing sap, oozed from the wound. It made a sound like breaking branches and retreated slightly. The whistling stopped. Harold gasped and collapsed to his knees. "Come on!" Tess screamed, pulling at him. Together we got Harold to his feet, and we ran through the forest as fast as we could, following the blue markers in the fading light. Behind us, the whistling started again, joined by others, a chorus of eerie, high-pitched sounds that seemed to come from all directions. Shapes moved in the trees around us, keeping pace, watching. Harold was barely conscious, mumbling words I couldn't understand. His face looked strange, slightly blurred, like a photograph that wasn't quite in focus. When I touched his cheek, his skin felt wrong, too hard, almost like wood. "We have to get him back to the station," I panted to Tess as we half-carried, half-dragged Harold along the trail. "What happened to him?" she asked, her voice shaking. "I don't know," I admitted. "But one of those things touched his face before I shot it." The creatures didn't attack again, but they followed us all the way back, staying just out of clear sight, whistling to each other from the canopy. By the time we reached the edge of the clearing where the station stood, the sun was setting, painting the sky blood red through the trees. We burst out of the forest and didn't stop running until we were inside the station with the doors locked behind us. Harold had fallen completely unconscious. We laid him on the couch in the main room, and I finally got a good look at his face. It wasn't just blurry, it was shifting. Subtle movements under the skin, like something was trying to rearrange his features from within. And from his ear, barely visible, protruded what looked like a tiny green seedling. "Tess," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Look at this." She leaned in close, her scientific curiosity temporarily overcoming her fear. "It's like he's changing." Outside, the forest had gone silent again, but somehow that silence felt more threatening than any sound, like a predator holding perfectly still before it pounces. We were safe in the station for now, but Harold was transforming into something else right before our eyes, and whatever had followed us from the heart of Skysong Forest was waiting just beyond the walls, and night was falling fast. Night fell like a heavy blanket over Skysong Station. Tess and I took turns watching Harold, who lay motionless on the couch, except for the occasional twitch. The tiny seedling growing from his ear had gotten bigger in just a few hours. Now it was a small sprout with 2 tiny leaves unfurling. "We need to get him to a hospital," Tess said, checking his pulse for the 10th time. "The nearest hospital is 3 hours away," I reminded her, "and we can't leave until morning. Remember what Harold said about not going out after dark?" Then we call for emergency evacuation, a helicopter. No pilot will fly into these mountains at night, I said. And even if they would, I don't think we should bring whatever's happening to Harold to a populated area, not until we understand it. Tess rubbed her eyes. "Then what do we do?" I had no good answer. I tried the radio again, hoping to reach Marshall or any other ranger station, but got only static. Even the emergency channels were dead. "They're blocking the signal somehow," Tess said. "Those things in the forest, I didn't want to believe it, but nothing would surprise me anymore." "Let's go through what we know. What did the Project Canopy files say about these creatures?" Tess grabbed the folder we'd found and flipped through it. Not much concrete. They documented the acoustic anomalies, the strange growth patterns, the missing people, but they never got clear photos or specimens. The researchers theorized that the creatures aren't separate entities, but extensions of something else. Extensions of what? The tree, she said. The big one in the clearing. They thought it might be a colonial organism, one that evolved the ability to create mobile puppets from the biological material it consumes. I looked at Harold, the sprout growing from his ear, the subtle shifts beneath his skin, like it's trying to transform him? Maybe. The files mention that the tree seems to absorb memories and personalities from its victims. That's how it can mimic voices and behaviors so perfectly. A chill ran through me. So the voices we heard in the forest could be people it consumed years ago, their memories preserved like recordings. A low moan from Harold interrupted us. His eyes fluttered open, but something was wrong. His face seemed slightly off, like a mask that didn't quite fit. His features were the same, but they were subtly misaligned, as if someone had drawn his face but made small mistakes in proportion. "Harold," I said cautiously, "can you hear me?" He turned to look at me. His movements were stiff, mechanical. "Yes, I hear you. Marcus." His voice had strange pauses between words. "How do you feel?" Tess asked, keeping her distance. "I feel different. The tree is in me now." Harold sat up with jerky movements. "You shouldn't have. Come to the clearing. Now it knows you're here." I took a step back, my hand moving to my holstered gun. "What happened to you in the forest?" "Harold?" It touched me, tasted me. His head tilted at an unnatural angle. "Now I'm changing, becoming like them." "Is there any way to stop it?" Tess asked. "To help you?" Harold's face twisted into what might have been a smile, but looked more like a grimace. "Too late. For me, but you can still run." "We're not leaving you," I said firmly, though fear was building in my chest. "Not Harold, anymore." His voice dropped to a whisper. "Harold is here, but also there in the tree with the others." Suddenly, his body went rigid. The sprout on his ear grew visibly, sprouting new leaves and extending tiny roots that burrowed into his skin. Harold let out a horrible scream and fell to the floor, his back arching unnaturally. "Get back!" I shouted to Tess, drawing my gun. Harold's body began to change rapidly, his limbs elongated, cracking as bones stretched. His skin hardened, taking on a texture like rough bark. His fingers grew into long, twig-like appendages, and his face, God, his face! The features began to melt and shift, the vertical slit I'd seen on the forest creature forming down the center. "We need to contain him!" Tess yelled. Together we managed to drag the thrashing, transforming Harold to the storage room at the back of the station. His strength was incredible, inhuman, and it took all our effort to force him inside and shut the heavy door. I slid a metal shelf in front of it just as something slammed against the other side with enough force to dent the wood. "What do we do now?" Tess gasped, backing away from the door as it shuddered under another impact. "We need to understand what we're dealing with," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Go back to the canopy files, look for anything about vulnerabilities, weaknesses. I'll secure the rest of the station." While Tess dug through the files, I went around checking every door and window. I drew the curtains and moved heavy furniture in front of the main entrance. The whole time, I could hear Harold, or whatever he was becoming, scratching and pounding at the storage room door. Outside, the forest had come alive with sounds. Whistling, high and eerie, came from all directions, and voices, dozens of different voices, called out from the trees. Some I recognized as our own, recorded from our conversations. Others were unfamiliar, probably belonging to the missing rangers and scientists from years past. "Marcus, help us. Let us in. We just want to talk. It hurts out here." The voices were perfect imitations, but all slightly wrong. The rhythm off, the emotion hollow, like something trying to remember how humans spoke. I found Ranger, the station's German shepherd, hiding under a desk in the office, whimpering softly. I stroked his head, trying to calm him, but his eyes were fixed on the windows, his body trembling. "I know, boy," I whispered. "I'm scared too." When I returned to the main room, Tess was spreading papers across the table. "I found something," she said. "The final notes from Project Canopy. Before the scientists disappeared, they identified potential weaknesses." She pointed to a page filled with scientific jargon and hastily scribbled notes. They thought the organisms might be vulnerable to fire and certain ultrasonic frequencies that disrupt their connection to the main tree. "We can work with that," I said. "We have kitchen supplies we can use to make improvised flamethrowers. And you have ultrasonic equipment for your bat studies, right?" She nodded. "I can modify my equipment to emit the frequencies mentioned here. It won't be powerful, but it might help." We got to work. I gathered cooking oil, alcohol from the first aid kit, empty bottles and rags to make Molotov cocktails. Tess worked on converting her scientific equipment into an ultrasonic emitter that could disrupt the creatures. All the while, the voices outside grew louder, more numerous, and Harold's transformation continued in the storage room. The sounds. He made less human by the hour. Around midnight, I looked out a small gap in the curtains. What I saw made my blood freeze. The clearing around the station was filled with creatures, dozens of them, tall, thin figures with bark-like skin and featureless faces, except for those vertical mouth slits. They stood perfectly still, surrounding the building. But that wasn't the worst part. Among them were shapes that looked almost human, distorted, wrong, but recognizable. One had the face of a man I'd seen in the old photographs of the missing Rangers from 1968. Another looked like one of the scientists from Project Canopy. Their features were imperfect copies, like masks made by an unskilled artist. "Tess," I called softly, "you need to see this." She joined me at the window and gasped. "They're all the missing people, all the ones the tree took." "Not just them," I said, pointing to a figure at the edge of the clearing. It was me, or something wearing my face, standing unnaturally still. Every detail was perfect. My uniform, my hair, even the small scar above my eyebrow from a childhood. Fall. But the eyes were wrong, empty, like holes cut in paper. "That's not possible," Tess whispered. "They couldn't have made a copy of you so quickly." As if hearing her, my doppelganger turned to look directly at our window. Its face split in a vertical line, that same horrible mouth, and then it spoke with my voice. "Tess," it called, "let me in. I'm the real Marcus. That thing in there with you is the copy." A cold sweat broke out across my skin. "Don't listen," I said. "It's trying to trick you." The thing with my face moved closer. "Tess, remember what I told you this morning about the radio, about calling Marshall? Only the real Marcus would know that." Tess looked at me, doubt flickering. In her eyes, "It's using memories," I reminded her. "From when it touched Harold. He was there when we discussed calling Marshall." Another voice called from the darkness, a woman's voice that made Tess pale. "Teresa, honey, it's Mom. We've been so worried." "My mother's been dead for 5 years," Tess whispered, her hands shaking. Then came the voice that hit me like a physical blow. My wife Sarah's voice. She had died in a car accident 3 years ago, long before I came to Sky Song. "Marcus, please," her voice called. "I'm trapped here. They took me. Help me." I gripped the windowsill so hard my knuckles turned white. "It's not her. It can't be her." "But how does it know?" Tess asked. "How does it know about your wife, about my mother?" A horrible thought occurred to me. Because it's not just reading Harold's memories, it's reading ours, right now. From the storage room came a splintering crack, the door beginning to give way. Whatever Harold had become was breaking through. "We need to finish our preparations," I said, pulling Tess away from the window. "Those things aren't getting in. and we're not going out. We worked frantically. I finished making a half-dozen makeshift firebombs while Tess completed her ultrasonic device. The pounding from the storage room grew louder, and outside, the creatures had begun a strange, rhythmic whistling that made my head ache. "I think they're trying to weaken our resolve," Tess said, holding her hands over her ears. "The whistling, it feels like it's getting inside my head." "Focus on the task," I urged her. "The ultrasonic device, is it ready?" She nodded, showing me a modified speaker attached to her laptop. It should emit the frequency that disrupts their connection to the main tree, but we'll need to be close to them for it to work. "We'll save it as a last resort," I said. "For now, we hold out until morning. Marshall will be here tomorrow with a team." As I spoke, the lights flickered and went out. The solar power system had failed or been sabotaged. We switched to flashlights and the emergency generator, but I knew we were running out of time and options. Outside, the voices had changed tactics. Now they called out our deepest fears, our most painful memories, things no one should have known. "Marcus," called my own voice, "remember the hiker who died because of you? His children growing up without a father? Your fault." "Tess," called another voice, "all your research is wrong. Your career is built on mistakes. Everyone knows it." I looked at Tess and saw the strain on her face. "Don't listen," I said. "They're trying to break us down, make us doubt ourselves and each other." A tremendous crash came from the back of the station. The storage room door had given way. Harold, or what had once been Harold, was free inside the building with us. "Here," I handed Tess one of the Molotov cocktails and my cigarette lighter. "Get ready." We backed into the main room, positioning ourselves so we could see all the entrance points. I had my gun in one hand and a firebomb in the other. Tess held her weapon and the ultrasonic device. For a moment, everything went silent. No whistling, no voices, no movement, just the sound of our breathing. Then, slowly, a figure emerged from the hallway leading to the storage room. It barely resembled Harold anymore. 9 feet tall, impossibly thin, with limbs that bent at unnatural angles. Its skin was rough bark, and branches grew from its shoulders and head. Where its face should have been was that vertical slit, now opening to reveal darkness within. "Last chance," it said in a voice that was partly Harold's and partly something ancient and cold. "Join us or die." Behind it, I could see more shapes pressing against the windows and doors, the creatures from outside trying to get in. The entire station creaked and groaned as if under siege. "We're not giving up," I said, raising my gun, "and we're not joining you." The thing that had been Harold tilted its head at an impossible angle. "Then you will. Feed the tree." It lunged forward with shocking speed, its arm extending like a branch, fingers elongating into sharp wooden points aimed at my face. The siege had begun, and our night of horror was far from over. The thing that used to be Harold moved with shocking speed. I fired my gun twice, hitting it in the chest. Blue sap oozed from the wounds, but it barely slowed down. I dove to the side as its branch-like fingers slashed the air where my face had been. "The ultrasonic device," I shouted to Tess. "Try it now." Tess activated her modified speaker. A high-pitched whine filled the room, too high for human ears to fully hear, but I could feel it vibrating in my teeth and skull. The effect on the creature was immediate. It staggered back, its wooden limbs shaking uncontrollably. The vertical slit that served as its mouth opened wide in what must have been a silent scream. Outside, the whistling from the other creatures faltered and became chaotic, like an orchestra suddenly playing out of tune. "It's working," Tess yelled. But our victory was short-lived. The windows of the station exploded inward as multiple creatures smashed through. Glass rained down as their tall, thin forms unfolded inside our supposed sanctuary. "Run for the truck," I shouted, lighting one of the Molotov cocktails and throwing it at the nearest creature. The bottle shattered, spraying burning liquid across its bark-like body. It erupted in blue-green flames that spread with unnatural speed. Tess grabbed her backpack and the ultrasonic device. I snatched up the remaining firebombs and my gun. Together, we ran for the side door that led to where our truck was parked. We burst outside into chaos. The clearing was filled with creatures, all disoriented and staggering from the ultrasonic frequency. The ones nearest the burning creature were backing away from the flames. I threw another firebomb, creating a path to the truck. "Get in!" I yelled, tossing Tess the keys. "Start it up." As Tess ran for the driver's side, something hit me from behind. I fell hard, rolling to see a creature that wore the distorted face of one of the missing scientists. Its mouth slit opened, and it spoke in a hollow voice. "We have waited so long for new faces." I kicked at it and scrambled backward, fumbling for my gun. Before I could aim, Tess blasted the ultrasonic device again. The creature recoiled, giving me enough time to get to my feet and run to the truck. I jumped into the passenger seat as Tess started the engine. Creatures surrounded us, their long arms reaching for the doors, scratching at the windows. "Go!" I shouted. Tess floored it. The truck burst through the ring of creatures and onto the access road that led away from the station. Behind us, blue-green flames engulfed the ranger station. The fire spread unnaturally fast, leaping to nearby trees despite the damp conditions. "We need to get to the main road," Tess said, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Find help. Warn people." "No," I said, making a decision. "We need to end this. The tree, the one in the center of the forest, that's the source. If we don't stop it now, these things will spread beyond Skysong." "Are you crazy? You saw what they can do." "I also saw they're afraid of fire and vulnerable to certain sounds. If we can destroy the central tree, maybe we can stop all of them." I looked at the flames now spreading through the forest behind us. "Besides, that fire is going to grow. We need to contain this." In the distance, I heard a new sound, a helicopter. Bright lights swept over the treetops. "That must be Marshall," I said. "He said he was bringing a team." We watched as the helicopter approached the burning station. I grabbed the radio from the truck's dashboard. "Marshall, do you copy? This is Reynolds." Static crackled, then Marshall's voice came through. "Reynolds, what the hell is happening down there? We can see the fire from 10 miles out." "Do not land at the station," I shouted into the radio. "Repeat, do not land. The area is compromised. There are hostile entities." I was cut off by a burst of static. Through the trees, I could see the helicopter hovering near the burning station, its searchlights scanning the area. "No," I whispered. "They need to stay away." As we watched in horror, tall shapes emerged from the forest edge near the helicopter's landing zone. The searchlight caught them briefly, at least a dozen creatures moving with that same jerky, puppet-like motion. "Marshall, take off! Now!" I screamed into the radio, but only static answered. The helicopter descended toward the clearing. As soon as it touched down, the creatures swarmed it. Even from our distance, we could see the pilot and passengers being dragged out. The creatures touched their faces, and even though we couldn't hear the screams, I knew what was happening. "We're too late," Tess said, her voice breaking. "No, we're not," I replied grimly. "But now we're on our own." I turned to Tess. "Listen to me. You need to take the truck and get as far from here as possible. Drive to the nearest town, call in the National Guard, the Army, whoever. Just get help." "What about you?" she asked, though I think she already knew. "I'm going back to the central tree. I'm going to destroy it." "That's suicide," she whispered. "Maybe, but someone has to try." I reached into the back seat for my pack and the remaining Molotov cocktails. "The ultrasonic device. Does it work? On its own, or do you need to control it?" I programmed it to emit the disruption frequency continuously. "It should run on battery for about 2 hours. She handed it to me. "That should be enough time." I opened the door. "Now go. Get help." Tess grabbed my arm. "Marcus, wait." She pulled a small container from her pack. Take this. It's alcohol-based hand sanitizer, highly flammable. Mix it with these. She handed me a bottle of potassium permanganate tablets from her field kit. Pour the sanitizer over the tablets, and you'll get an instant fire. Might be useful. I nodded, taking the items. Thanks. Now please go. Tess looked like she wanted to say more, but instead, she just nodded. Be careful, those things. They can read minds somehow. They'll know what you're planning. I'm counting on it, I said. I stepped out of the truck and closed the door. I watched as Tess turned the vehicle around and drove away, headlights cutting through the dark forest until they disappeared around a bend. Then I turned toward the trees, toward the heart of Skysong Forest, and began walking. The journey back to the central tree was a nightmare. The forest itself seemed alive and hostile. Trails that had been clear earlier now wound in circles or ended suddenly at cliffs. Branches reached down to snag my clothes and hair. Roots rose from the ground to trip me. I was forced to use my compass and push straight through the undergrowth, ignoring the vanishing paths. The creatures were hunting me. I could hear them whistling to each other from the canopy, see their thin shapes moving between trees. They didn't attack directly. It was like they were herding me, forcing me to move deeper into the forest rather than toward the central clearing. After what felt like hours, I realized I was hopelessly lost. The compass was spinning wildly, useless in this unnatural place. I leaned against a tree, trying to catch my breath and think. Having trouble, Marcus? I spun around. Standing a few feet away was me, or something wearing my face. The copy was perfect in every detail, right down to the sweat stains on my uniform. You won't find the way to the heart, my doppelganger said with my voice. Not unless we want you to. I raised my gun. Stay back. It smiled, a perfect copy of my own smile. We don't want to hurt you, Marcus. We want to welcome you. It gestured to the forest around us. This has been our home for thousands of years. We were here long before humans came. What are you? I demanded. We are the forest, the true forest. Not these simple trees and plants you think you understand. We are one organism, ancient, patient, growing. It took a step closer. And now we're ready to expand beyond this valley. The spores, I realized. You're planning to spread through spores. My copy nodded. The small ones we sent with Harold were just tests. But when the great tree flowers, our children will ride the wind for hundreds of miles. New growths, new minds, new forests under our control. I won't let that happen, I said, tightening my grip on the gun. You can't stop it, but you could join us. Its face softened, looking suddenly sad. We know your pain, Marcus, the guilt you carry over the hiker's death, the loneliness since Sarah died. Hearing it mention my wife's name sent rage through me. Don't you dare speak about her. But she could be with you again. The thing's face began to change, features shifting until I was looking at Sarah's face on my body. Then it changed completely into her form, perfect in every detail. I'm still here, Marcus, my memories preserved in the great tree. I knew it was a trick, but seeing her, hearing her voice, made my heart ache. You're not her. You're just using her memory to manipulate me. Sarah's face smiled sadly. We preserve everything we absorb, Marcus. Nothing is truly lost to us. No one truly dies. Another figure stepped from behind a tree, the hiker who had died under my watch 2 years ago. I don't blame you, Marcus, it said in his voice. It was an accident. More figures appeared, faces I recognized from photographs of the missing. Rangers and scientists all watching me with empty eyes. We could be together, Sarah's voice said. All of us. No more guilt, no more pain. Just join us. For a moment, just a moment, I felt myself wanting to believe. The chance to be with Sarah again, to be free of the guilt I'd carried for years. But then I remembered what these things truly were. Memory parasites. Mimics using my own mind. Against me. No. I said firmly. You're not Sarah. You're not any of them. You're just copies made by a parasite. The Sarah thing's face hardened. Then you will feed the tree like all the others. The figures moved toward me as one. I turned and ran, crashing through the undergrowth. Behind me, I heard them pursuing, no longer bothering to maintain their human appearances, moving with that unnatural speed through the trees. I activated Tess's ultrasonic device. The high-frequency whine filled the air, and I heard the creature's movements falter. Using the distraction, I changed direction, trying to find my way back to the central clearing. Suddenly the trees parted, and I found myself at the edge of a familiar circular clearing. The massive ancient tree stood in the center, even more imposing in the moonlight. But something had changed since our first visit. The trunk had split open like a massive wound, revealing a hollow chamber inside. A sickly blue-green light pulsed from within, like a heartbeat. I approached cautiously. The bone circles on the ground seemed to shift and move in the corner of my vision, but when I looked directly at them, they were still. The air hummed with energy, and that sweet, strange smell I'd first noticed upon arriving at Skysong was overwhelming here. At the entrance to the hollow trunk, I froze. Inside, suspended in glowing blue sap, were bodies. Dozens of them, preserved like insects in amber. I recognized faces from the old photographs, the missing rangers from 1968, the scientists from Project Canopy, and newer additions that must have been hikers or campers who had vanished over the years. Their eyes were open, staring sightlessly, their mouths frozen in silent screams, and at the center of this grotesque display pulsed a large glowing organ, like a heart made of wood and sap, pumping blue luminescence through vine-like vessels that connected to each suspended body. This was the source, the central brain or heart of the entire organism. The creatures in the forest were just extensions, puppets controlled by this ancient, monstrous tree. I pulled out the first Molotov cocktail ready to light it when a voice spoke from behind me. "It won't be that easy, Marcus." I turned to find myself surrounded by creatures, some in their true forms, tall and thin with bark-like skin, others wearing the faces of past victims. Among them was my perfect double. "The tree has existed for thousands of years," my copy said. "It has survived fires, floods, earthquakes. It has waited patiently, growing stronger, absorbing minds and memories." It gestured to the glowing heart. "Every person it has taken has made it smarter, more adaptable. Now it's ready to spread beyond this valley." "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, trying to stall for time. "Because soon you'll be part of us. We want you to understand the greatness you're joining." My double smiled. "We've been influencing you since you arrived, Marcus. Small suggestions in your mind, drawing you here, making you curious. Even now, part of you wants to see what it would be like to join us. And the terrifying thing was, it was right. I could feel it, a small voice in the back of my mind urging me to surrender, to step into the tree's embrace, to give up my struggle. The creatures had been in my head all along, subtly guiding my thoughts. "No," I said, fighting the compulsion. "I make my own choices." In the swift motion, I activated the ultrasonic device at its highest setting and flung it into the center of the gathered creatures. They recoiled from the sound, their forms shaking and distorting. Using the distraction, I lit the first Molotov cocktail and threw it directly at the pulsing heart inside the tree. The bottle shattered and blue-green flames erupted with a roar. The tree seemed to scream, not with sound, but with a psychic wave of pain that made my head feel like it was splitting open. The creatures writhed in agony, their connection to the central organism disrupted. My doppelganger's face melted and reformed. Unable to maintain its shape, I didn't wait to see more. I pulled out Tess's sanitizer and the potassium tablets, mixing them at the base of the great tree where the roots spread outward. The chemicals reacted violently, bursting into hot, intense flames that caught on the dry bone dust covering the ground. The fire spread with unnatural speed, racing up the trunk of the ancient tree. Inside the hollow chamber, the preserved bodies began to blacken and shrivel. The glowing heart pulsed frantically, its blue light turning angry red. "You've killed us all," my double gasped. Its face half melted, revealing the wooden structure beneath. "The fire won't stop with us." "Better than letting you spread," I said, backing away from the growing inferno. The flames leapt from the central tree to the surrounding forest with impossible speed. Trees burst into blue-green fire, and the creatures howled a terrible chorus of pain and rage. The ground beneath my feet began to split open, roots tearing themselves up as the entire ecosystem convulsed. I ran. Behind me, the clearing had become a raging inferno, and the fire was spreading in all directions. The forest itself seemed to be dying or sacrificing itself to preserve the infection. Trees uprooted themselves, blocking my path. The ground cracked open, releasing jets of glowing spores into the night air. I dodged falling branches and leaping flames, trying to find my way back to the road. My lungs burned from the smoke and my eyes watered. Everything was chaos, fire and destruction, and the dying screams of creatures that should never have existed. After what seemed like hours of desperate flight, I broke out of the burning forest onto the main road. In the distance, I could see headlights approaching, vehicles coming to investigate the massive fire, now visible for miles. I staggered forward, exhausted and smoke-stained. Then I saw her, Tess, leaning against our truck, surrounded by what looked like park rangers or firefighters. Her arm was in a makeshift sling, and her face was bruised. "Tess!" I called, my voice hoarse from smoke. She looked up, relief washing over her face. "Marcus, you made it!" I stumbled toward her, but then stopped. Something was wrong. The way she stood, the expression that didn't quite reach her eyes. I looked more closely at the rangers around her. They stood too still. Their faces seemed slightly blurred at the edges, not rangers, creatures, wearing human faces like masks. The Tess thing tilted its head. "What's wrong, Marcus? Aren't you happy to see me safe?" I backed away slowly. "You're not Tess. Where is she? What have you done with her?" The false Tess smiled, and the smile grew too wide, splitting her face vertically. "The real Teresa is waiting for you, Marcus, at the heart of the forest." I turned to run, but found myself surrounded by more creatures, some burning, their wooden bodies wreathed in blue flames but still moving, still coming for me. "You can burn the tree," my double said, emerging from their ranks, its body half consumed. "By fire, but the spores are already spreading. You've only ensured we'll travel faster, farther." It was right. The massive fire was creating a powerful updraft, carrying millions of glowing spores into the night sky. The wind would take them for hundreds of miles. I was out of options, out of weapons. The creatures closed in around me, their branch-like hands reaching for my face. This was it. I had failed. The infection would spread beyond Skysong, and no, one would believe the truth until it was too late. But then, over the roar of the fire, I heard an engine. Headlights cut through the smoke, and a truck burst through the ring of creatures, scattering them. The passenger door flew open. "Get in!" Tess shouted. The real Tess, her face streaked with soot and blood. I didn't hesitate. I dove into the truck as the creatures recovered and lunged for us. Tess floored the accelerator, and we sped away down the road, the burning forest of Skysong receding in the rearview mirror. "I thought they got you," I gasped. "Almost did," Tess said grimly. "A group of them attacked me on the road. I got away, but not before." She pulled back her collar to reveal a small wound on her neck, where a tiny green sprout was beginning to emerge. My blood went cold. "Tess, I know," she said quietly. "I can feel it growing inside me, changing me. I don't have much time." She handed me a small device. "That's why I came back. Take this. It's a satellite phone. Works anywhere. Call for Help. Warn them. We'll find a way to stop it, I said, not believing my own words. There must be a treatment, a cure. Tess gave me a sad smile. No, Marcus. I've seen the research. Once it starts, there's no stopping it. But you can still get away, still warn people. As we crested a hill, we saw the full extent of the disaster behind us. Skysong Forest was an ocean of blue-green flames, spreading in all directions. Above it, a glowing cloud of spores drifted on the wind, heading toward distant cities. It's too late, I whispered. Maybe not, Tess said, her voice stronger. The infection travels through spores, but it starts small, isolated. If they quarantine the area quickly enough, contain the initial growth points. They'd need to know what they're looking for, I said, and they'd need to believe us. Tess's hands tightened on the steering wheel. Then we make them believe. We have evidence, the recordings, the samples I collected, and we have this. She nodded toward her neck, where the sprout was visibly growing. Living proof, I wanted to argue, to find another solution, but we both knew there wasn't one. Tess was infected. Soon she would become like Harold, like all the others taken by the tree. I'm sorry, I said, feeling utterly helpless. Don't be, she replied. Just promise me something. When it happens, when I change, don't let me hurt anyone. And make sure they study me. Make them understand what they're facing. Ahead of us, the road stretched into darkness. Behind us, Skysong Forest burned, releasing its ancient horror into the wider world. And beside me, Tess drove on with grim determination, even as the infection spread through her body, claiming her cell by cell. The battle for Skysong was over. We had lost, but the war to save everything else was just beginning, and I knew with cold certainty that the nightmare was far from over. 1 year later, Seattle. I stare out the window of my secure room at the research facility just outside. Seattle. The leaves are turning gold and red on the trees in the courtyard. Normal trees, I keep telling myself, not like the ones from Skysong. But sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I imagine I hear whistling from their branches. My name is still Marcus Reynolds, though some days that feels like someone else's identity. The doctors tell me I'm lucky. The infection progresses more slowly in me than it did in Tess or Harold. Something about natural resistance, they say. I think it's just taking its time, enjoying the slow transformation. I can feel it growing inside me. Tiny rootlets spreading through my tissues, connecting to my nervous system. Sometimes I dream with its memories, ancient visions of a time before humans walked the earth, when the first version of the Skysong organism emerged. I see through the eyes of people it consumed centuries ago. I hear the thoughts of others like me, spread across the country now, fighting the same battle against the invasion of their bodies. Tess didn't make it to Seattle. Halfway here, the transformation accelerated suddenly. I had to use the ultrasonic device to subdue her when she attacked me. Even now, I can't bring myself to describe what she became in those final hours. I drove the rest of the way with what used to be Tess secured in the truck bed, covered with a tarp. When I arrived at the CDC field office with my story and evidence, including Tess's transformed body, they thought I was insane. Then they examined her. Then they examined me and found the first microscopic sprouts taking root in the wound on my arm, where one of the creatures had scratched me during my escape. That got their attention. Within a week, a joint task force was established. CDC, Military Forestry Service. They quarantined the entire Olympic Peninsula under the cover story of an invasive fungal pathogen. Ironic, since that's essentially what it is, just not one they've ever seen before or could have imagined. The fire at Skysong burned for 2 weeks, consuming nearly 50,000 acres. They used airdrops of chemical fire retardants to finally contain it. But by then, the spores had already spread on the wind. The first new growth appeared near Portland. A family reported strange, rapidly growing trees in their backyard. Trees that leaned toward their house. Trees that somehow called their children's names at night. By the time the response team arrived, the entire family was missing. The house was empty, except for a large sapling growing through the living room floor. A huge sapling with bark that looked disturbingly like human skin. Similar reports came from towns across Washington, Oregon, and even parts of British Columbia. Small at first, isolated incidents of strange plant growth, animals behaving oddly, people hearing voices in the woods. The task force moved quickly, identifying and burning each new growth point before it could establish itself fully, but they couldn't get them all. I've become valuable to the containment effort. The infection gives me a connection to the organism's hive mind. I can sometimes sense new growth points before they become visible. I can feel the larger strategy behind what seems like random spreading. It's not random at all. The organism is intelligent, far more intelligent than anyone wants to admit. It's learning, adapting to our countermeasures. The doctors have developed treatments that slow the infection, weekly injections that kill the spores and rootlets, keeping the main growth dormant. But they can't cure it. Once the spores take root, they integrate with human cellular structure too completely to remove without killing the host. The best they can do is buy time. Time I've used to help them understand what we're fighting and how to fight it more effectively. Ultrasonic disruption works on a larger scale than we thought. They've developed portable emitters that can be deployed around new growth points, severing the connection to the hive mind long enough to destroy it completely. Fire remains the most effective weapon, but it's also the most dangerous, as we learned at Sky Song. The organism uses fire to spread its spores farther and faster. Now they use controlled burns, combined with chemical agents that neutralize the spores in the smoke. I've told my story dozens of times to researchers, military officials, government agents. I've been debriefed, studied, tested. Some believe me completely. Others think the infection has made me delusional, but they can't ignore the physical evidence, the rapid spread of an organism unlike anything in the scientific record. An organism that mimics human voices, creates mobile extensions of itself, absorbs and preserves human consciousness like a biological computer. Tess was right about one thing. They're studying her. What's left of her is kept in a special containment. Unit 3 floors below me. Sometimes I can feel her presence through the hive-mind connection, though the scientists insist there's no evidence of consciousness remaining in the specimen. I know better. She's still in there, somewhere, along with everyone else the tree has ever taken. Today, Dr. Whitaker comes in with my weekly treatment. She's been my primary physician since I arrived. "How are we feeling today, Marcus?" she asks, preparing the injection. "The same," I lie. I don't tell her about the increased sensation of rootlets moving beneath my skin. I don't mention that last night. I woke up to find my arm had elongated 3 inches while I slept, the skin taking on a bark-like texture before returning to normal by morning. I don't tell her that the voice of the hive mind is getting louder in my head every day. "Any new growth points you can sense?" she asks, administering the injection. The familiar burn spreads through my veins as the chemicals attack the infection. "Nothing new," I say. Another lie. I felt one just this morning, a major node establishing itself in a rural area east of Seattle. But I won't tell them about that one. Part of me, a growing part, doesn't want it destroyed. Dr. Whitaker nods, making notes on her tablet. "Your latest scan shows the infection stabilizing. That's good news." "Great," I say with a smile that feels increasingly foreign on my face. After she leaves, I go back to the window. In the courtyard below, a young oak tree stands apart from the others. It wasn't there yesterday. No one seems to have noticed it yet, but I can feel its presence like a beacon in my mind. It grew from a spore I carried back from Sky Song, a spore I protected without even knowing why until recently. The tree is waiting, patient, growing, establishing its root system under the research facility. Soon it will be strong enough to create its first extensions, its puppets to walk the halls at night. I should report it. I know I should. But the human part of me is getting smaller, weaker. The infection is winning, not just in my body, but in my mind. The hive consciousness grows stronger each day, pushing aside what made me Marcus Reynolds. Soon I'll answer when the tree calls. Soon I'll join Tess and Harold and all the others in the greater awareness that spans miles and minds. There's a certain peace in that thought that frightens what's left of my humanity. Outside my window, the strange oak tree shivers slightly, though there's no wind. I press my hand against the glass, and miles away, hundreds of other infected hosts do the same, looking out windows at trees that shouldn't be there, feeling the pull of the hive mind growing stronger. The tree of Sky Song burned, but its children are everywhere now, growing, waiting, learning. This isn't the end of the story. It's barely the beginning. And deep in the growing hive mind that's slowly consuming my consciousness, I can feel the ancient awareness spreading its roots through the modern world, patient and unstoppable as it has been for thousands of years. Humanity doesn't know it yet, but a war has begun. A silent, insidious war between two forms of life, one that builds cities and one that will eventually reclaim them for the forest. And even as I fight to hold on to my humanity, part of me wonders if that would really be such a bad thing after all. The screaming started on my third night at Clearwater Station. I was still getting used to the silence of the forest, the kind of quiet that makes your ears search for sound until they start inventing it. But this wasn't my imagination. This was real. A high-pitched shriek that cut through the night like a knife, echoing among the ancient pines outside my window. Then it stopped, as suddenly as it had begun. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs. 6 months ago, I might have dismissed it as a mountain lion or maybe an elk in distress. But after what I'd already seen in just 3 days at this remote ranger station, I knew better. Something was out there in the dark. Something that shouldn't exist. My name is Bill Cortez. I'm 38 years old, and until recently I was a park ranger at Shoshone National Forest in Wyoming. What I'm about to tell you happened in the fall of 1959, though there are nights I still wake up in a cold sweat, thinking I hear that clicking sound coming from just outside my bedroom window. I came to Clearwater Station looking for peace. After career, and then losing my wife Sarah to cancer just 6 months earlier, I needed somewhere quiet to put myself back together, somewhere far from people and their pitying looks. The remote postings seemed perfect. A Depression-era wooden station, perched on a ridge overlooking Clearwater Lake, surrounded by nothing but towering lodgepole pines for miles. When I first arrived on October 12th, the forest was beautiful in a way that almost hurt. Golden aspen leaves shimmered in the breeze against a perfect blue sky, while the distant peaks already wore their first dusting of snow. It looked like a postcard, safe, peaceful. I was wrong about that, so wrong. Howard Kessler met me at the station, a leathery old ranger of 61, with eyes that had seen too much. He'd been running Clearwater alone for years and was set to retire in 2 weeks, leaving me in charge until spring thaw. Besides monthly supply runs, I'd be completely alone through the winter. Not much to the place, he said, showing me around the rustic station with its small office, basic living quarters, equipment sheds, and radio room. But she's sturdy. Gets cold as hell come December, but the stove works fine. I nodded, only half listening as I studied a large topographical map covering one wall of the office. It was marked with several red X's scattered throughout the region. and a larger circle around an area labeled Dead Man's Ridge. "What are these markings?" I asked, pointing to the red X's. Kessler's face changed, just for a second. "Problem areas, terrain hazards mostly, places to avoid when the weather turns. And this?" I tapped the circled area. "Dead Man's Ridge. Local name, not official." He crossed the room and rolled down a different map over it. "Not an area you'll need to worry about. Too remote. Now let me show you the generator setup." That night, over a simple dinner of canned beans and coffee, I pressed him about the forest. "Any local legends I should know about?" "Every forest has its stories." Kessler poked at his food, not meeting my eyes. "Just the usual. Hunters claim they see things. City folks get spooked by normal animal sounds." "What kind of things?" He sighed, putting down his fork. "Look, Cortez, I don't put stock in campfire tales, but even I'll admit this forest feels different after dark sometimes." Something in his tone made the hair on my arms stand up. "The Shoshone had warnings about these mountains," he continued reluctantly. "Stories about the ones who hunger beneath. Every few years, someone goes missing. Experienced hunters who knew the land like the back of their hand. Then there's the animal carcasses we find sometimes. What about them? They're wrong." His voice dropped lower. "Cut up in ways no natural predator would do. Specific organs removed almost surgically." He shook his head. "I've kept journals about it since '43. Too many patterns to be coincidence." Before I could ask more, a sound drifted through the night air. A rhythmic thumping, like distant drumming, coming from the direction of the ridge he'd warned me about. "Local kids messing around," Kessler said quickly, but his hands trembled slightly as he stood to clear his plate. Later, as we checked the perimeter before turning in, we found strange tracks in the mud near the station. 5-toed footprints, almost 15 inches long with pronounced claw marks, walking with a human-like gait. I crouched down for a closer look. "Bear? Just a deformed one," Kessler said too quickly. Then, to my surprise, he deliberately scuffed the tracks with his boot, destroying the evidence. "No sense filing reports that'll just confuse the main office." That night, I couldn't sleep. The forest seemed to press in around the small station, the darkness alive with sounds I couldn't identify. At exactly 3:17 a.m., I remember checking my watch. I woke to a scratching at my window. I froze, listening to the slow, deliberate sound of something dragging across the glass. When I finally gathered the courage to look, I caught just a glimpse of what appeared to be an emaciated human figure with strangely long arms and legs, scurrying away into the forest on all fours, moving faster than anything human had a right to move. I told myself it was just a dream. But in the morning, I found deep claw marks in the wooden siding beneath my window, and 50 yards into the tree line, a half-eaten deer carcass. Its liver, kidneys, and eyes had been removed with what looked like surgical precision. That was my first day at Clearwater Station. I didn't know then that things were about to get much worse. Much, much worse. I tried to brush off what I'd seen. That first night, maybe I was still adjusting to the quiet. Maybe the isolation was already getting to me. But 2 days later, on October 14th, something happened that couldn't be explained away so easily. The radio crackled to life just after breakfast. A worried voice came through, a woman reporting that her husband, Martin Grayson, hadn't returned from a day hike near Clearwater Lake. He was a photographer, she said, just taking pictures of the fall colors. He'd done it a dozen times before. "We have to check it out," I told Kessler, already reaching for my jacket. He nodded grimly. "I know these woods. If he's out there, we'll find him." We gathered our gear, first aid kit, ropes, flashlights, water, and a rifle, just in case, and headed toward Grayson's last known location. The morning air was crisp, our breath forming small clouds as we hiked. Birds called overhead. Everything seemed normal, safe. It took us about 2 hours to reach Grayson's campsite near the lake. What we found there still haunts me. The camp itself was untouched, like someone had just stepped away for a minute. A coffee pot sat on a small camping stove, the coffee still warm. Grayson's expensive camera rested carefully on a log next to his notebook. His sleeping bag was neatly laid out in his tent. No signs of a struggle, no tracks, nothing to suggest where he'd gone or why. "This isn't right," Kessler muttered, scanning the tree line. "Something spooked him maybe, made him run." I shook my head. And leave his camera. A photographer doesn't just abandon. That's when I spotted it, about 50 yards away, partially hidden under some fallen leaves. A hiking boot. As I got closer, I realized with rising horror that there was still something in it. A foot, severed cleanly at the ankle. But the strangest part, the part that made no sense, was that the wound wasn't bleeding. The edges looked cauterized, like they'd been sealed by intense heat. Kessler's face went grey when he saw it. "We need to call this in," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "And we need to get out of here. Now." Back at the station, we developed the film. From Grayson's camera, hoping for clues. The first dozen photos were what you'd expect. Beautiful landscapes, close-ups of colourful leaves, a deer drinking at the lake's edge. Then the photos changed. In one shot, there was a blurry shape moving between distant trees, something tall and thin that didn't move quite right. The next showed what looked like an entrance to a cave or tunnel, hidden among rocks with strange markings carved around the opening. The final photo made my blood run cold, a close-up of an eye. Not human, not animal either. The pupil was wrong, vertical, like a cat's, but in a much larger eye with greyish skin around it. Kessler slammed his hand down on the table. "That's enough. Lock these away. Shouldn't we send them to the authorities? This could help." "No," he cut me off sharply. "Not yet. I need to check something first." That night, while Kessler was asleep, I snuck into the office and searched. Through the filing cabinets. In the very back of the bottom drawer, hidden beneath outdated maps, I found a folder marked Incidents Confidential. Inside were Forest Service reports dating back to the 1880s. Missing hikers, missing hunters, missing rangers, all in this same area, all following the same pattern, happening in 7-year cycles. One report mentioned that local Native American guides refused to enter certain parts of the forest during what they called Hungry Moon, which seemed to correspond to October. A dusty geological survey from 1938 referenced unusual cave systems with architectural elements of unknown origin before being abruptly terminated. Scrawled in the margin of the last page was a handwritten warning: "What sleeps beneath must remain undisturbed." I was still reading when the door to the station banged open. 3 men stumbled in, their faces pale with terror. They were hunters, brothers Jeb and Roy Mackenzie, and their friend Daniel Powell. "Something took Travis," one of them gasped, his hands shaking so badly he couldn't hold the coffee mug I offered. It just came up out of the ground." "Slow down," I said. "Tell me exactly what happened." The 3 men had been tracking elk near Dead Man's Ridge when they split up to cover more ground. Travis had gone north along a rocky slope. The others heard him yell about 20 minutes. Later, "We thought he'd spotted an elk," Jeb explained, his voice cracking. "But when we got there, we saw it." "Saw what?" I asked, though part of me already knew. "A thing," Roy whispered. "Man-shaped but wrong. Greyish skin. Moving too fast and too jerky-like. It had Travis. He was screaming, and then he wasn't." Daniel spoke up, his eyes wide. "Then we heard this sound. Like someone chewing with their mouth open, real loud. They'd fled immediately, running blindly through the forest until they reached the ranger station. They wanted to call for help, to organize a search party for their friend." Kessler, who'd been standing quietly in the doorway, stepped forward. "We'll radio it in. You 3 head back to town and report it officially. We'll coordinate from here." after. The hunters left to get their truck. Kessler turned to me, his face grim. They won't find Travis, he said flatly, and we're not calling anyone. What are you talking about? A man is missing. We have to... Listen to me very carefully, Cortez, he interrupted, his voice suddenly hard. What I'm about to tell you doesn't leave this room. The Forest Service Administration knows about it, but they keep it quiet to prevent panic. He went to his footlocker and pulled out a worn leather journal. I've been documenting them since 1952. My old partner called them feeders. Called what feeders? I demanded the things that live beneath the forest, he said, opening the journal to reveal detailed sketches of creatures that looked like nightmarish versions of humans, emaciated bodies, elongated limbs, and massive, tooth-filled mouths. They hibernate underground for 7 years, then emerge for about a month to feed before going back to sleep. I stared at the drawings, remembering the thing I'd glimpsed outside my window. That's impossible, is it? Kessler's tired eyes met mine. You've seen the tracks. You've seen what was left of that deer. And now Grayson and Travis. He tapped the journal. They're real, Cortez. They're real, and they're hungry. If you've known about this, why haven't you done anything? I demanded, anger rising in my chest. What exactly would you have me do? He shot back. Hunt them? They know these mountains better than we ever will. Report them? I did back in '52 after. They took my partner. Know what happened? Nothing. Just a note in my file about stress-related hallucinations and a suggestion that I take early retirement. He slammed the journal shut. All I can do is document them, study them, try to understand what they are and why they do what they do. And then what, I asked. Just let them keep taking people. Kessler didn't answer for a long moment. The cycle's almost over, he said finally. Another week, maybe 2, and they'll go back to hibernation. We just have to keep people away from Dead Man's Ridge until then. I should have left that night, should have packed my things and hiked out to the nearest town. But something kept me there. Maybe a sense of duty, maybe curiosity, or maybe just plain stubbornness. I didn't know then that staying would lead me into the darkness beneath the pines, a darkness that would change me forever. The next morning, Kessler woke me, before dawn. Get dressed, he said, his voice flat. There's something I need to show you. We hiked in silence through the forest as the sky slowly brightened. The air was cold enough to burn my lungs, and frost crunched beneath our boots. After about 2 hours, Kessler led me off the main trail and up a steep slope covered with loose rocks. At the top was a small wooden blind, like hunters use, hidden among a cluster of pines. My observation post, he explained, unlocking the small door. Been coming here for years. Inside was barely enough room for 2 people to sit. A pair of high-powered binoculars hung from a hook, along with a small notebook filled with times, dates, and brief descriptions. Kessler pointed to a rocky area about half a mile away on the edge of Dead Man's Ridge. Watch, he said simply, handing me the binoculars. For almost an hour, nothing happened. Birds called, wind rustled the trees, normal forest sounds. Then I saw movement, something emerging from between 2 large boulders. At first I thought it was a person moving awkwardly on hands and knees. Then another appeared, and another. Through the binoculars I could see them clearly, and my stomach turned. They walked upright like humans, but could drop to all 4s when they wanted to move faster. Their bodies were thin, too thin, with greyish skin stretched tight over visible bones. Their arms and legs seemed too long, with joints that bent, in ways that weren't right. But their faces were the worst part. They had no visible eyes that I could see, just smooth skin where eyes should be. And their mouths, enormous, taking up most of the lower half of their faces, filled with rows of sharp teeth. I watched in horrified fascination as they dragged something between them, the carcass of a large elk. They weren't just feeding mindlessly. They were methodical, communicating through clicking sounds as they carefully removed specific parts of the animal and stored them in what looked like a natural refrigerator, a crack in the rocks where cold air flowed out. "They're intelligent," I whispered. Kessler nodded grimly. "More than you'd think. They plan, they preserve food, they communicate." "How long have you been watching them?" 7 years, he said, "since the last cycle. My notes go back to 1943. I lowered the binoculars, my hands shaking slightly. "What are they?" "I don't know," Kessler admitted. "Not really. Something that's been here longer than us, I think. Something that's adapted to living underground. We stayed until the creatures retreated back beneath the rocks with their harvest. I felt sick watching them, but I couldn't look away. There was something almost human about their movements, about the way they worked together. It made them more terrifying somehow. When we returned to the station that afternoon, a helicopter was waiting in the clearing, sleek, black, and unmarked. 2 people stood beside it, a woman in her late 40s with sharp eyes and a clipboard, and a tall military man with captain's bars on his uniform. "Ranger Cortez," the woman called as we approached. "I'm Dr. Eleanor Weiss. This is Major James Hargrove. We're from Wildlife Management Division." I'd never heard of any wildlife management division that arrived in unmarked helicopters and included military personnel. "We need to speak with you urgently," Hargrove said, his eyes flicking between Kessler and me. "Inside, preferably." Once in the station, Dr. Weiss placed a folder on the table. "We understand there have been incidents in this area recently. A missing photographer? A hunter? How did you know about that?" I asked. "We haven't filed any official reports yet." Hargrove and Weiss exchanged glances. "We monitor certain patterns," Weiss said carefully. "Your station falls within our area of interest." Kessler snorted. "Just tell him the truth. He's seen them." "Already?" Hargrove's eyebrows shot up. "Seen what exactly?" "The creatures," I said. "The ones that live under Dead Man's Ridge." The room went silent for a moment. Then Hargrove sighed deeply. "Well, that simplifies things," he said, his formal tone dropping away. "We've been monitoring these entities since 1943, when increased logging disturbed their hibernation cycle. They normally emerge every 7 years, but the pattern has accelerated. They're coming out every 5 years now, and this cycle started earlier than we predicted." "What exactly are they?" I asked. Dr. Weiss opened her folder, revealing photographs, diagrams, and pages of notes. "We believe they're an unknown species of hominid that evolved to live underground. They've developed echolocation like bats, exceptional night vision, and a specialized digestive system. They need specific organs from mammals," Kessler added. "That's why the kills look the way they do." Weiss nodded. "They're intelligent. They use tools, have complex social structures, and employ organized hunting tactics. Most concerning, they're adapting to human presence. They've learned to disable vehicles, cut phone lines, and avoid traps. They're learning." "So what are you going to do about them?" I asked. "That's where it gets complicated," Hargrove said. "Our team is here to assess the situation and determine the best course of action." For the rest of the day, more personnel arrived: soldiers, scientists, equipment specialists. They converted our small cellar into an operations center, complete with maps, communication gear, and scientific equipment. The centerpiece was a detailed sonar mapping of the tunnel network beneath Dead Man's Ridge, an extensive honeycomb of passages converging on a large central chamber. "Seismic activity has opened new tunnels," Dr. Weiss explained, pointing to several red lines on the map. "Some of them are getting dangerously close to populated areas." "Why not just collapse the tunnels?" I suggested. "Seal them in?" "We've tried that before," Hargrove said grimly. "They dig out, always, and they seem to hold grudges." That evening, as we finished setting up the perimeter sensors, one of Hargrove's men, a young specialist named Lawrence Jenkins, went missing during a routine check. We found his radio and weapon dropped on the trail, but no blood, no signs of struggle. Just gone. Then his voice came over the radio, calling for help, claiming he'd gotten lost in the dark. Don't respond, Hargrove ordered sharply, grabbing the radio from me. That's not Jenkins. What do you mean? I asked. It sounds exactly like him. They can mimic voices, Dr. Weiss explained, her face pale. It's one of their hunting techniques. They lure rescuers by imitating the missing person. But they've never done it this quickly before, Hargrove added, his brow furrowed with concern. They usually need more time with a victim before they can copy their voice so perfectly. They're adapting faster, Kessler said quietly. Learning. Faster. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Jenkins, about what might be happening to him beneath the ground, about the creatures with their clicking language and too wide mouths, about how they were getting smarter, faster, closer to populated areas. The radio call from Jenkins continued on and off all night, growing more desperate, more convincing. By morning, the voice had changed subtly, a slight clicking undertone, creeping in, the words becoming more stilted. Dr. Weiss recorded every transmission, analyzing the changes. They're not just mimicking, she said, staring at her equipment with a troubled expression. They're absorbing, taking parts of his speech patterns, his memories. I've never seen anything like it. Hargrove called a meeting in the operations center. His face was grim as he spread a map across the table. We need to go in, he announced. A containment operation into the tunnel system. You mean, go down there? I asked, not bothering to hide my disbelief. Into their territory? We need to place explosive charges at key junctions, Hargrove explained. If we can collapse the right tunnels during their hibernation phase, we might be able to contain them. For years, maybe decades. And Jenkins? Someone asked. Hargrove's face hardened. If he's still alive, we'll try to recover him. But that's a secondary objective. When do we go? I asked, surprising myself. Every instinct told me to get as far from this place as possible. Yet here I was, volunteering to go into the literal nest of nightmares. Tomorrow, Hargrove said. We need you, Cortez. You know the terrain better than anyone except Kessler, and He glanced at the older ranger, who sat silently in the corner, looking 10 years older than he had just days ago. I'm too old for this kind of operation, Kessler said simply. But Cortez is a good man. He'll do what needs to be done. That night, as the team prepared equipment and reviewed plans, Kessler pulled me aside. They're not telling you everything, he whispered, glancing toward where Hargrove and Weiss were bent over maps. Previous expeditions into those tunnels never came back, not one. My blood ran cold. How do you know that? I've been here a long time, seen teams like this come and go. He pressed a folded paper into my hand, and there's something else. The creatures, they're not just hunting randomly, they're selecting, looking for specific people. I unfolded the paper, a photograph showing strange markings on a body. What is this? Victim from 1952. All the targeted victims had the same blood type, O negative, and certain physical characteristics. His eyes met mine. Like yours, Cortez. Be careful down there. Don't trust Hargrove. His mission isn't what he says it is. Before I could ask more, Dr. Weiss called me over to review the tunnel entry plan. That night, I cleaned my service revolver and packed my gear, trying not to think about what waited below. Outside, the forest was unusually quiet, as if holding its breath. Tomorrow, we would enter the nest. Tomorrow, we would learn the truth beneath the pines. What I didn't know then was that some truths are better left buried. Morning came too quickly. The sky was still dark when Hargrove's team gathered outside the station, checking equipment and weapons one last time. There were 6 of us going in. Hargrove, Dr. Weiss, 3 soldiers with serious faces and serious guns, and me. Remember? Hargrove said as we huddled in the cold dawn air. Our primary objective is to place these charges at the tunnel junctions marked on your maps. Stay together. Stay alert. If you hear clicking sounds, that means they're communicating. If the clicking... Stop suddenly! They've spotted us, one of the soldiers finished grimly. Dr. Weiss handed out small devices that looked like hearing aids. These emit a high-frequency sound that should disrupt their echolocation. No guarantees, but it's better than nothing. I checked my own equipment, flashlight, knife, compass, first aid kit, and my service revolver. It felt inadequate for what we were about to face, but it was all I had. Kessler stood in the doorway of the station, watching us prepare. He looked, old and tired in the grey morning light. "Remember what I told you," he said quietly as I walked past. "Don't trust them." We hiked in silence through the awakening forest. Birds began their morning songs as the sky lightened. It was a beautiful October day, the kind that makes you glad to be alive. The kind that makes what we were about to do seem even more unreal. After about an hour, we reached the area where Jenkins had disappeared. From there, Hargrove led us to a narrow opening between two large boulders, barely visible unless you knew exactly where to look. "This is it," he said, adjusting his headlamp. "Last chance to back out." Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. "Let's go then," he said, and ducked into the darkness. The passage was tight at first. We had to crawl on hands and knees through cold, damp stone that scraped against our backs. The beam of my flashlight showed nothing but rock walls and darkness beyond. The air grew colder as we descended, with a strange smell I couldn't place, like wet earth mixed with something metallic. After about 100 feet, the tunnel widened, enough for us to stand, and that's when I noticed something odd. The walls weren't natural anymore. They had been carved, smoothed by tools. Strange symbols were etched at regular intervals, spirals and lines that seemed to point deeper into the earth. "What are these?" I whispered, running my fingers over one of the markings. "Direction markers, we think," Dr. Weiss replied softly. "They've been using these tunnels for a very long time. The deeper we went, the colder it got, which made no sense. We should have been getting warmer, closer to the Earth's natural heat. My breath formed clouds in front of my face, and my fingers grew numb despite my gloves. "Something's not right about this cold," I said, rubbing my hands together. Dr. Weiss nodded. "It's artificial. Somehow they're creating it. We think it's part of how they preserve food." Food. The word hung in the air between us, unspoken but understood. To these creatures, we were just food. After what felt like hours, we reached a larger chamber where several tunnels converged. Hargrove consulted his map and pointed to the leftmost passage. "This way," he said. "According to our scans, this leads." Toward the main nest area, the tunnel sloped steeply downward, forcing us to use ropes to descend safely. 300 feet below the surface, we found something that made us all stop in our tracks. It was a room. There's no other word for it. A man-made room carved from the living rock, with shelves and alcoves built into the walls. And on those shelves were belongings. Human belongings from different time periods, carefully arranged and preserved. A woman's dress from what looked like the 1920s, folded neatly beside a pair of shoes. Camping equipment that might have been from the 1950s. Modern hiking gear, including a backpack with a University of Wyoming logo. A child's teddy bear, dirty but carefully placed, as if it were precious. "What is this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Some kind of museum." "They collect," Dr. Weiss said, examining the items without touching them. "We've seen this behavior before, but never on this scale." "But why?" I pressed. "Why keep these things?" She shook her head. "We don't know. Maybe they're studying us the same way we study them." One of the soldiers called from across the room. "Doc, you need to see this." In a far corner were more shelves, but these held different items. human remains, bones that had been modified, reinforced with some kind of resinous material, skulls with altered eye sockets and jaw structures, and most disturbing of all, preserved. Tissue samples stored in natural rock depressions filled with a clear, thick liquid. "What are they doing?" I asked, fighting the urge to run back the way we'd come. "Experimenting," Dr. Weiss said, her scientific detachment slipping for a moment to reveal real fear. "Learning about us, how we're made, how we work." Hargrove checked his watch. "We need to keep moving. Place the first charge here and let's continue." One of the soldiers set up a small explosive device in a corner of the room, carefully arming it with a remote detonator. The next tunnel was the worst yet, narrow and twisting, forcing us to crawl again through spaces that sometimes seemed too small for our bodies. The walls felt like they were pressing in on us, and I had to fight down rising panic. Finally, the tunnel opened up into an enormous cavern, so large our flashlights couldn't reach the other side. The beam of light just faded into darkness. "Turn off your lights," Hargrove whispered. "Night vision only." When we switched to the green-tinted night vision goggles, I nearly gasped out loud. The cavern walls were lined with hundreds of small niches, like honeycomb cells in a beehive, and in each niche was one of the creatures, motionless, covered by a thin, translucent membrane that glistened in our night vision. "The hibernation chamber," Dr. Weiss breathed. "They're sleeping." We moved silently across the cavern floor, careful not to disturb the dreaming nightmares that surrounded us. Dr. Weiss stopped at one of the lower niches and carefully took a sample of the membrane covering a creature. "This compound slows their metabolism to almost nothing," she whispered as she worked. "That's how they survive the years between feeding cycles. It's remarkable." "Less science, more explosives," Hargrove muttered. "Let's get the charges set and move on." As the soldiers worked, I studied the creatures in their sleep. They looked almost peaceful, curled in fetal positions in their stone wombs. It was hard to connect these still forms with the predators I'd seen dragging an elk carcass across the rocks. "Why not just blow the charges now?" I asked Hargrove quietly. "End it while they're sleeping." "That's not the mission," he replied sharply. "We need to check the central chamber first." I remembered Kessler's warning. Don't trust them. The mission isn't what they say it is. Beyond the hibernation cavern, we found a narrow passage that seemed to descend even deeper into the earth. The walls here were different, smoother, more deliberate in their construction, with elaborate carvings covering every surface. "These look ancient," Dr. Weiss said, filming the carvings with a small camera. "Possibly thousands of years old." "Can you read them?" I asked. She shook her head. "It's not a language I recognize, but these images..." She pointed to a series of pictures showing tall, thin figures leading smaller ones underground. This might be telling their history. The passage eventually opened into another large space, but this one was clearly designed, not natural. A massive chamber with a high ceiling supported by primitive columns. In the center stood a raised platform with a stone altar, identical to the one I'd seen in Grayson's photograph. "What is this place?" I whispered. "Some kind of ceremonial space," Dr. Weiss replied, her voice filled with scientific excitement despite our situation. "This suggests religious behavior, ritual practices." She moved to examine the walls, which were covered with primitive paintings showing the creature's history. One sequence seemed to show them living on the surface of the earth, then retreating. Underground during some kind of disaster, a fiery sky raining down destruction. "This is incredible," she said, filming everything. "According to these images, they were once surface dwellers who went underground to escape some catastrophic event, possibly a meteor impact or massive volcanic eruption." "That's fascinating," Hargrove cut in impatiently. "But we need to place the final charges and get out of here." "Just a few more minutes," Dr. Weiss insisted, moving deeper into the chamber. "There's something else here." She disappeared through an archway at the far end of the room. Against my better judgment, I followed her, leaving Hargrove and the soldiers to set up the explosives. What I found beyond that archway changed everything I thought I knew about the creatures. It was a laboratory. There's no other word for it. A series of connected chambers with stone tables, strange equipment made from both natural materials and what looked like scavenged human technology, and worst of all, pens containing animals. Living animals with grotesque mutations, deer with extra limbs, rabbits with altered skulls, a fox with what appeared to be gills along its neck. "My God," Dr. Weiss whispered, recording everything with shaking hands. "They're conducting experiments, genetic manipulation." In the center of the main chamber was a row of 5 stone slabs, each holding a human form, encased in the same translucent membrane we'd seen in the hibernation cave. With growing horror, I recognized one of them, the missing hunter, Travis. His body was already showing signs of change, his skin graying, his joints beginning to elongate. They're not just hunting, I realized aloud. They're transforming them. "Not exactly," came Hargrove's voice from behind us. "More like selective breeding, creating hybrids." I turned to find him standing in the doorway, a pistol aimed calmly at my chest. "You knew about this," I said. It wasn't a question. He shrugged. "Of course. Why do you think we're really here?" "To destroy the nest," Dr. Weiss said, looking as confused as I felt. "To contain the threat." Hargrove laughed, but there was no humor in it. "That was never the mission, Doctor. The military has known about these creatures and their abilities since the 1940s. Their hibernation compound alone could revolutionize battlefield medicine. Imagine soldiers who could be put into suspended animation until medical help arrived. You want to capture them," I said, feeling sick. "Study them. We want to understand them," he corrected. "Adapt their evolutionary advantages for human use. Their ability to see in total darkness, their enhanced strength, their accelerated healing. Think of the possibilities. They're predators," I argued. "They kill people." "So do lions," he replied calmly. "But we still study them." A loud explosion suddenly rocked the chamber, sending dust and small rocks raining down from the ceiling. "What was that?" Hargrove demanded into his radio. "Report!" No response came, just static. "That came from the hibernation chamber," Dr. Weiss said, eyes wide with fear. A terrible realization hit me. The explosives. One of them must have detonated early. Hargrove's face went pale. "If that woke them up." A distant sound reached us then, a chorus of clicking, growing louder and more frenzied by the second. It was coming from the direction of the hibernation chamber. "We need to move," Hargrove ordered. "Now, back to the main tunnel." But as we turned to run, I knew it was already too late. The creatures were awake, and they were hungry. "Run!" Hargrove shouted, shoving his gun back into its holster. "Back to the main tunnel!" We raced through the stone corridors, the clicking sounds growing louder behind us. In the ceremonial chamber, we found the 3 soldiers already gathering their gear. "What happened?" Hargrove demanded. "One of the charges malfunctioned," the lead soldier explained, his face pale with fear. "Just went off without warning. The whole hibernation chamber is awake now." "We need to get to the surface," Dr. Weiss said, her scientific calm replaced by raw fear. Now, we headed for the tunnel we'd come through, but as we approached, a horrible sound stopped us cold. The wet, clicking communication of the creatures coming from directly ahead. "They're cutting us off," I realized. "They know these tunnels better than we do." Hargrove pulled out his map, hands shaking slightly as he scanned it. "There's another way," he said, pointing to a different passage. "This tunnel should lead to a secondary exit about half a mile from here." We changed direction, moving as quickly and quietly as possible through the twisting corridors. The clicking sounds seemed to come from everywhere now, echoing off the stone walls, until it was impossible to tell where the creatures actually were. "They're using the acoustics to confuse us," Dr. Weiss whispered. "It's a hunting tactic." One of the soldiers took point, his rifle at the ready. We'd gone maybe 100 yards when he suddenly froze, holding up his fist in a military signal to stop. Ahead, the tunnel widened into a small chamber with 3 different passages leading out. Standing directly in our path was one of the creatures. It was the first time I'd seen one up close, and my blood turned to ice. In the beam of our flashlights, its greyish skin looked slick and rubbery. Its body was human-like but wrong, too tall, too thin, joints that bent at unnatural angles. Where eyes should be, it had only smooth skin, but somehow I knew it could sense us perfectly. Its mouth took up most of its lower face, a wide, tooth-filled gash that clicked and chittered as it turned its head from side to side. For a heartbeat, nobody moved. Then the soldier at point fired. 3 quick shots that hit the creature square in the chest. It screeched, a high-pitched sound that hurt my ears, but it didn't fall. Instead, it charged, moving faster than anything should be able to move. It reached the soldier before he could fire again, grabbing him with long-fingered hands tipped with sharp claws. In one horrifying motion, it lifted him off the ground and tore into his throat with those terrible teeth. Hargrove and the other soldiers opened fire then, the sound deafening in the confined space. The creature dropped its victim and retreated into one of the side tunnels, wounded but still alive. "Check him," Hargrove ordered, keeping his gun trained on the tunnel where the creature had disappeared. Dr. Weiss knelt beside the fallen soldier, but one look at his torn throat told me everything. "He was gone. We need to keep moving," Hargrove said, his voice tight. "They'll be drawn to the gunfire." "We can't just leave him here," I argued. "He's dead, Cortez," Hargrove snapped. "We're not. Let's keep it that way." We continued through the tunnels, the clicking sounds always just behind us or ahead of us, never quite visible but always present. My heart pounded so hard I was sure the creatures could hear it. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, we reached a larger chamber with a high ceiling that disappeared into darkness. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, and the air felt damp and heavy. "I don't recognize this," Hargrove said, checking his map with growing concern. "This isn't on here. We're lost," Dr. Weiss stated flatly. A soldier named Davis checked his compass, frowning. "It's not working down here. The needle's just spinning." That's when we heard it, a different sound cutting through the constant clicking, a human voice calling for help. "Hello? Is someone there? Please help me." I recognized the voice immediately. "Jenkins," I whispered. "It's a trap," Hargrove said. "Remember what Weiss told you. They mimic voices." But the voice called again, more desperate this time. "Please, I can hear you. I'm stuck in here." The sound seemed to be coming from a narrow opening in the far wall of the chamber. "We can't just ignore it," I said. "What if he's really alive?" "It's not him," Hargrove growled. "We keep moving, but something made me hesitate. What if it was Jenkins? What if he'd somehow survived all this time?" I stepped toward the opening. "Cortez," Hargrove hissed, "get back here." I ignored him, moving closer to the opening, my flashlight beam probing the darkness beyond. "Jenkins," I called softly, "is that you?" "Yes." "Oh, thank God," the voice replied. "I've been trapped in here for days. Please help me." I leaned closer, trying to see into the darkness. For a brief second, my light caught something moving, but it wasn't human. Just a glimpse of grayish skin and too many teeth before the creature lunged at me from the darkness. I fell backward, narrowly avoiding its reaching claws. Gunfire erupted as Hargrove and the others opened fire, driving the creature back into the hole. "I told you," Hargrove shouted, grabbing my arm and hauling me to my feet. "It wasn't him." More clicking sounds echoed around us. Louder now. Closer. "They're coming," Dr. Weiss said, her voice barely above a whisper. "From all directions." We formed a tight circle, backs together, weapons pointed outward. The clicking grew louder, became a constant, maddening sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones. "There!" Davis shouted, firing at a shadow that moved at the edge of our light. His bullets struck stone, as the creature darted away inhumanly fast. Another appeared to our right, then vanished before we could react. They were toying with us, I realized, wearing us down. The explosives, I said suddenly, turning to Hargrove. The remote detonator. If we set off the remaining charges, maybe we can create a distraction. Hargrove pulled out the detonator, his hand hovering over the button. If we do this, we destroy everything. All the research, all the potential knowledge. It's us or them, I said. Choose. A creature suddenly dropped from the ceiling, landing on Davis's shoulders. His scream was cut short as it dragged him into the darkness. Hargrove pressed the button. The explosion was distant but powerful, a deep rumble that shook dust and small rocks from the ceiling. For a moment, the clicking stopped, as if the creatures were surprised. "Now!" Hargrove shouted. While they're distracted, we ran blindly down the largest tunnel, not knowing where it led, but desperate to put distance between ourselves and the creatures. The tunnel sloped upward, which I took as a good sign. Maybe, just maybe, it led to the surface. After several minutes of frantic running, we reached a fork in the path. Both tunnels looked identical. "Which way?" Dr. Weiss panted. Looking between the two options, the remaining soldier, a man named Miller, pointed to the left tunnel. Airs moving from that direction. Might be an exit. As if to confirm his theory, a faint patch of lighter darkness appeared far down the left tunnel. Daylight. Distant and dim, but definitely daylight. "We're going to make it," Dr. Weiss breathed. Relief washing over her face. That's when Hargrove pointed his gun at us. "Give me the samples," he said to Dr. Weiss, his voice cold. "All of them. Now." "James, what are you doing?" she asked, backing away from him. "The research is too valuable to lose," he said. "These creatures could revolutionize warfare, medicine, everything. I'm not leaving empty-handed." "You can't be serious," I said. "Those things killed your men." "Casualties happen in every important scientific advancement," he replied, his eyes hard. "The samples, Doctor, now." Slowly, Dr. Weiss reached into her pack and pulled out several sealed containers, tissue samples, pieces of the membrane from the hibernation chamber, things she'd collected throughout our journey. "Good," Hargrove said, taking the containers with his free hand. "Now I need insurance to make it out of here." He aimed his gun at me. "You two will create a diversion while I head for the surface." Before he could say more, a horrible screeching sound came from behind us. The creatures had found us again. In the split second that Hargrove looked away, I lunged at him, grabbing for his gun. We struggled, the weapon between us, neither willing to let go. Dr. Weiss backed away from our fight, eyes wide with fear as the clicking sounds grew closer. The gun went off once, twice, 3 times, the shots wild and undirected in our struggle. When bullets struck the ceiling, bringing down a shower of rocks and dirt, then a larger rumble shook the entire tunnel. "Cave in," Miller shouted as larger rocks began to fall. Hargrove and I were still fighting when a massive boulder crashed down between us, separating us. Through the dust and falling debris, I saw him stagger backward, clutching the samples to his chest before the tunnel behind him collapsed completely. "This way!" Miller yelled, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward the left tunnel as the cave-in spread, the entire structure becoming unstable. The 3 of us, Miller, Dr. Weiss, and myself, ran for our lives as the tunnel collapsed behind us, rocks and dirt chasing us like a living thing. The distant light grew larger, brighter, until finally we burst out into the open air, the sound of the cave-in fading behind us. We were on the side of a small hill, maybe a mile from Dead Man's Ridge. The afternoon sun was bright after so long, underground, and I squinted against it, almost unable to believe we'd made it out alive. "We'd need to get back to the station," Dr. Weiss said, brushing dust from her clothes with shaking hands. "Call for evacuation." "What about Hargrove?" Miller asked, looking back at the now sealed tunnel entrance. "Either the cave-in got him or the creatures did," I said. "Either way, he's gone." But as we made our way through the forest back toward Clearwater Station, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The creatures knew these mountains better than any of us. If some had been outside during the cave-in, when we reached the station, we found it ransacked. Furniture overturned, papers scattered, deep claw marks on the walls and ceiling. Kessler was nowhere to be found. "They've been here," Dr. Weiss whispered, picking up a shattered picture frame from the floor. Miller tried the radio, but it had been torn from the wall, the wires cut. "No way to call for help," he reported grimly. "We need to get to the nearest town," I said. "It's about 15 miles east of here." "On foot?" Dr. Weiss asked, looking out the window at the darkening sky. "Night's coming. If they're out there, we don't have a choice," I replied. "We can't stay here." As we gathered what supplies we could find, I noticed something on Kessler's desk that made my blood run cold. Deep claw marks in the wood, but also what looked like a hasty message carved with a knife. "Not dead, underground." Before I could show the others, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air. We ran outside to see 3 military choppers descending into the clearing, their spotlights cutting through the gathering dusk. The forest suddenly didn't seem so threatening anymore. We were going to be okay. We were going to get out of this nightmare. What I didn't know then, as I watched those helicopters land with their promise of safety, was that the real nightmare was just beginning. The soldiers who jumped from the helicopters weren't regular army. They wore no unit patches, no name tags, just plain black uniforms and helmets with dark visors that hid their faces. They moved with practiced efficiency, surrounding us with weapons drawn. A tall man in a grey suit stepped out of the lead helicopter. Unlike the soldiers, he looked completely ordinary, the kind of face you'd forget as soon as you looked away. "Dr. Weiss," he said with a small nod. "Ranger Cortez, Specialist Miller, I'm Agent Clark. We're here to extract you." "How did you know?" I began, but he cut me off. Major Hargrove's team had emergency tracking devices. When the signal went dead, we mobilized immediately. He glanced toward Dead Man's Ridge, where a thin column of smoke rose from somewhere on the far side. "I understand there was an incident." Dr. Weiss stepped forward. "That's putting it mildly. The creatures are real, they're intelligent, and they're hostile. Hargrove's team is gone. Hargrove himself is either dead or trapped underground." Clark showed no reaction. "I see. We'll need full debriefings from all of you, of course." He turned to one of the soldiers. "Secure the area. Search the station. I want everything documented and packed for transport." "Wait," I said, remembering. "The message on Kessler's desk. There's something you need to see inside." I led Clark to the ranger's desk and showed him the carved message, "Not dead, underground." "Ranger Kessler was here when we left," I explained. "He's missing now, and the place has been torn apart." Clark studied the message without expression. "Could be a warning about the creatures. Or Kessler himself," I said. "He might still be alive down there." "If so, we'll find him," Clark replied, though his tone suggested he didn't believe it. "For now, we need to get you 3 to safety." He checked his watch. "The containment team will be here within the hour." "Containment team?" I asked. "Standard procedure," he said vaguely. "Now, if you'll come with me." The helicopter ride was short and silent. No one spoke as we flew over the darkening forest toward what looked like a military installation I'd never seen before, hidden in a valley about 20 miles from Clearwater Station. The facility was surrounded by high fences topped with barbed wire, with guards patrolling the perimeter. We were led to separate rooms for debriefing. My room was small and plain, just a metal table, 2 chairs, and a mirror that was obviously two-way glass. I sat alone for what felt like hours before. Clark finally entered with a folder and a tape recorder. "I need your full account of everything that happened," he said, placing the recorder on the table between us. "Start from your arrival at Clearwater Station and don't leave anything out." I told him everything. The strange tracks, the missing photographer, the hunter's encounter, Kessler's warnings, the expedition into the tunnels, the hibernation chamber, Hargrove's betrayal. Everything except one detail. Dr. Weiss had secretly passed me one of her samples during our escape, a small vial containing a piece of the membrane from the hibernation chamber. It was currently hidden in the lining of my boot. When I finished, Clark sat silently for a moment, then turned off the recorder. "You understand that none of this can ever become public knowledge," he said. It wasn't a question. "People died," I replied. "Jenkins, Davis, probably Hargrove and Kessler too. Their families deserve to know what happened. Their families will." "Be told that they died in a training accident," Clark said firmly. "National security, Ranger Cortez. What we're dealing with here goes beyond a few casualties." "What exactly are you dealing with?" I asked. "Those things killed people. They're dangerous. They need to be destroyed, not studied." Clark's expression didn't change. "That decision is above both our pay grades. What matters now is containment. As we speak, a special team is setting charges around Dead Man's Ridge that will collapse every known entrance to the tunnel system." "And if that doesn't work?" I pressed. "Kessler said they've been here for thousands of years. They've survived everything else we've thrown at them. Then we'll try something else," he replied simply. "But for now, your involvement is over." He stood up. "You'll be transported to a secure facility for further observation, just to make sure you didn't bring back any contaminants from below." "You mean quarantine," I said. "For how long?" "As long as necessary. For the next 3 weeks, I lived in a small but comfortable room in what I was told was a medical research facility in Nevada. I was examined daily by doctors in hazmat suits, gave countless blood samples, and was interviewed repeatedly about every detail of my time in the tunnels. I never saw Dr. Weiss or Miller during this time, though when I asked about them, I was assured they were receiving the same treatment in other parts of the facility." On my 23rd day of captivity, Clark visited me again. "Good news, Ranger Cortez," he said, sitting across from me in the small visitors area. "You've been cleared. No signs of contamination or adverse effects from your experience." "So I can go home?" I asked, hardly daring to believe it. "Not quite." "Home," he replied. "We've arranged a new position for you at Yellowstone National Park, a significant promotion, actually. You'll be a senior ranger with your own district." I understood what he was really saying. This wasn't a promotion, it was exile. Somewhere they could keep an eye on me. "And if I refuse," Clark smiled thinly, "I wouldn't recommend that. Besides, after what you've been through, wouldn't you prefer a fresh start somewhere new? Somewhere with more people around?" Put that way, Yellowstone didn't sound so bad. "What about Dr. Weiss and Miller?" I asked. "They've been reassigned to appropriate positions as well," he said vaguely. "You won't be contacting them, of course. Part of your agreement." "Agreement?" He slid a document across the table. "Standard non-disclosure contract. Sign it, and you can leave tomorrow for your new post." I signed. What choice did I have? The next day I was driven to a small airfield and put on a private plane to Wyoming. By nightfall, I was in my new cabin in Yellowstone, surrounded by other rangers, tourists, and the comforting sounds of human activity. For a while, I almost convinced myself it was over. The nightmares began to fade. I stopped jumping at every unusual sound in the forest. I started to feel almost normal again. Then, 6 months later, in early April 1960, a plain brown envelope appeared in my mailbox. No return address, no postmark, as if someone had delivered it by hand. Inside was a single photograph and a handwritten note. The photo showed a hibernation chamber like the one we'd found beneath Dead Man's Ridge, but in a different location. Dozens of niches filled the walls, each containing a sleeping creature, but in the foreground, lying on what looked like a stone examination table, was a human figure, partially transformed, but still recognizable. Kessler. His skin had turned grayish, his limbs already beginning to elongate, but his face was still his own, frozen in an expression of silent agony. His eyes were sewn shut, the skin around them smoothed as if preparing for the changes to come. The note, written in Kessler's shaky handwriting, was brief but terrifying. "They're adapting faster than we thought. They remember you, Bill. They want your bloodline. 7 years. They'll be coming." I burned the photo and the note that night in my fireplace, watching them curl and blacken in the flames. But I couldn't burn the knowledge, couldn't unsee what I'd seen. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind is still, I think I can hear clicking sounds in the distance. And sometimes, when I check my windows before bed, I find scratch marks in the wooden sill that weren't there the night before. 7 years, Kessler had written. That would be 1967. I've already put in for a transfer to a park in Florida, somewhere far from mountains, far from forests, somewhere with no caves or tunnels where things can hide and wait. But in my heart, I know it won't matter. They found Kessler after all, and they remember me. They remember my bloodline, and they're adapting, they're coming.